Atilla abi sulanacak mı sence yoksa? Yok. Sulanacak mı sence? Yok. Su ister mi? Su ister mi burası? Sence su ister mi? Yok. Su vuralım buraya istiyorsa yok.
Hocam iyi bence şimdi ama siz bilirsiniz.
Tamam. İyi diyorsun. O zaman yok. Çizgileri aşağı sarıyor. Başka fırçan yok mu abi? Hızlı yapalım çünkü maç başlıyor. Ya orası yok. Orası yok. Teşekkür ederim. Okey gidiyoruz. This side. So this turn. Good luck.
Good morning, I'm Paul Hand and a very warm welcome tennis fans to day 2 of the 39th staging of the BNP Paribas World Team Cup, the ITF's annual flagship wheelchair team tennis event, which is often referred to as the Davis and Billie Jean King Cups of wheelchair tennis. And welcome back to our stunning venue for the week, the Megacylay Tennis Academy, hosted by the Turkish Tennis Federation for the 4th time. World Group action from round-robin stages well underway here on this sun-kissed scene. We've got blue skies overhead and forecasts very, very good all week. 44 teams from 21 countries line up in Antalya, where titles will be decided in the men's, women's, quads and junior events at the ITF's annual flagship wheelchair event. Well, we're well and truly into the meat of the event right now on day 2 of 4 days of round-robin group action before straight knockouts, semi-final Saturday and final Sunday as well. Our umpire is ascending the steps. Thumbs up from him. He's in the chair, looking good. And there's just a few drag marks on this otherwise well-groomed clay court. Clay court that over the course of the day will get well wheeled, because these athletes will be throwing themselves around in their chairs. So today's tie is between the 8th seeds Morocco in the women's round-robin group 4, and they take on the 12th seeds Thailand. The women's event hosts 4 groups of 3 teams, and only the winners of each round-robin group will progress to the semi-finals. So this is a huge, huge match, particularly for Thailand, because yesterday they went down heavily. They lost 0-3 to France, the 3rd seeds, on court 21. Of course, France tipped to win the group, really, such as their standing in the group. Very strong team. They've got Emmanuel Moroccan, Pauline Deroled as well. But we're turning our attention there. You saw a little glimpse of the Thai number 1, Sinkao Tipaksorn. She'll be on next, following her countrywoman Sakorn Kanthasit, who is in the lighter coloured shirt. There's the Moroccan camp, the support camp courtside. They'll be supporting Samira Benici, their player, in green at the top of your picture. She's the world number 39, playing off a career high is Samira. Having a great year, 30 years of age, right-handed, really enjoys a clay court. This year she's had 5 wins, only 4 losses, the Moroccan in green. And on clay, 2 wins, just the 1 loss. She lost the coin toss, but got thrown into serve first. The Moroccan at the top of your picture, as the coin toss was won by Tipaksorn Sinkao, who elected to stay at this near end. There is the Moroccan Samira Benici, yet to win a career title, but she's growing in experience. Over her career, she's had 48 wins and just 51 losses. She was a losing finalist in the Moroccan Open to Najwa, her countrywoman, who'll be up next. That was back on the 27th of April. She lost 4-6, 2-6 in the Moroccan Open final to Najwa Awani, the Moroccan number 1. So both come in here with form, and they won 2 of 4 women's singles matches she did in the BNP Paribas World Team Cup African qualification in Abuja, Nigeria in February. Turning our attention to the Thai athlete Tipaksorn Sinkao, world number 95, so 60 slots or so below her opponent from Morocco on the rankings. Has been up to 70th in the world back in September 2022. She's 4 years older, at 34 years of age, the right-hander. And she herself, the Thai, at the bottom of your picture, prefers a hard court. She's had 4 wins at the expense of 2 losses this year on tour, and has only played once on the clay, and that was yesterday, where she lost her first clay match. And that was to Pauline Deroled of France, 6-2, 6-4. Beg your pardon, she played Emmanuel Morch, did Tipaksorn, and lost 6-1, 6-love. A 47-minute affair, that one, so she's desperate to get a good start here against her Moroccan opponent, who herself says she really enjoys the clay, so that's going to be a very tough ask. Our umpire is poised and ready in the perch, calling order. And we've got the obligatory parasols courtside to give some welcome shade to the players on the sit-downs. Well, clay really is a very different beast, isn't it, with the high bounces that you get. And of course, you can get clay court specialists, as you do on the able bodies events as well. Really enjoy fizzing the ball up high with plenty of topspin.
Erkekli sandalye şampiyonası grup maçları. Sandalyenin sağında Fas'tan Samira Benchi. Sandalyenin sonunda Tayland'dan Tavikson Sinkaya.
Well, each tie is a best of three encounter.
Her sette tiebreak kuralı uygulanacaktır.
There's two singles followed by a doubles match after a 30-minute break or so, and possibly that might decide the tie. But it's a race to two wins to win the tie.
Sahayı seçmiştir.
And though all three tie matches will be completed at round-robin stages, so they'll play all three matches today. First up, it'll be the number twos going toe-to-toe in this women's Group 4 round-robin encounter. Then there'll be the number ones facing off, and then a doubles will be played. But as I say, it's the first team to win two matches that'll win the tie, but the doubles must be completed because, of course, it'll affect the group standings towards the end of the week. So Morocco, the 8th seeds at the top of your picture, in green, fresh and untested. It's their first tie. And obviously they're unblemished, keen to open their account. Thailand, for them, well, they need to make amends. They lost 3-love yesterday to France, the 3rd seed, who tipped to win the group of 3. Can they get off to a decent start, courtesy of this 34-year-old Tipaksorn Sinkao? Lovely warm day, 24 degrees or so. Temperatures on Friday supposed to spike up to 28 degrees. Approaching 10:15 locally here in Antalya. And Antalya's hosted the World Group 3 times previously, 2010, 2013 and 2015. But it's the first time that the World Group has been staged at the Megasarai Tennis Academy. Here we go then. Morocco, the 8th seeds, taking on Thailand, the 12th seeds. On day 2 of this BNP World Team Cup. Paul Hand to enjoy your company for this tie. Well, serve just called long from the umpire. Always tricky when you're trying to bounce back from what was a little bit of a wounding loss yesterday, having come away with just the one game against Emmanuel Morch, the French number 2.
Fault.
Super play, opening the court nicely.
50-all.
Samira Benici in green. As I say, she declares her favoured surface as clay, a surface that's very commonplace in Morocco. That's the default surface that most of the players grow up on. So for Tipaksorn, the server, she started playing at 32 years of age. So she's only been playing wheelchair tennis for 2 years. She used to play basketball to a very high level. Quite amazing, really, how her athleticism transcends across these different sports. But you can tell that she's young to world tennis. only throughout her career has contested just over 30 matches. She's won 17 of them. She could do with finding a way through this opening game, no doubt about it. Just need a little bit more height there. And already she's under siege from the Moroccan. And of course Thailand earning spots here through coming through the Asian qualification event as the winners. That'll feel good as that Moroccan forehand squirted wide. Thai captain on the bench enjoying the warmth. And she'll be enjoying it even more if Thipaksorn can just get some traction early here and bed into this match. Wonderful serve there, just a chair jamming serve from Thipaksorn. Thai number 2 with the deep breathing, just trying to settle down. Often hear the clatter of the racket against the chair, particularly on the follow-through of the serve. So, good game from Thipaksorn Singao. The world number 95 gets a hold of serve, and she'll be feeling good about that. There's a little swagger to the way that she's heading back towards her chair. And, well, already on the board. And when you consider that she only engineered one game in her loss to Emmanuel Morsch yesterday, this is very, very encouraging. The ball handed generously to the ball boy. And the Smiling Thais off to a decent start, very importantly. Their previous best result for the Thai women was a bronze medal showing here in Antalya back in 2010, the first of 4 occasions that Turkey have hosted this event. Just a little miscue with that one. Yeah, so back in 2010, what a coup that is, winning the bronze medal in this very event. It's a happy hunting ground for the Smiling Thais. Will they be smiling at the end of this encounter against the higher seeded nation in Morocco as the 8 seeds? Interesting deep service base for Samira Banici, world number 39, well behind the baseline. Perhaps just wants to get momentum wheeling into her first shot thereafter. Well, she was so quick up to that, wasn't she? But the ball took a little skip, as it so often does on a clay court. Just seemed to sort of tangle her up into the chair there at the last minute. And of course, you need to create space around the ball to release that racket tip. That one there just sort of bounced into her, didn't it, awkwardly? Samira Banici will be grateful for that error. Well, great length on the Thai return of serve there. Just finding the baseline. Incidentally, Samira won 2 of her 4 women's singles matches at the BNP Paribas World Team Cup African qualification in Abuja in Nigeria in February. She's posted a lot of semi-finals this year already. That's a terrific point from Tipakson Sinkao. Really, really patient, nice and high. Typical clay court rally. Height really is your friend, trying to back your opponent way back behind the baseline because they can't hurt you from there. Oh, a lucky little nibble off the net court there from the Moroccan to bring parity back to the game. It's a nerve-jangling opening service game, though, for Samira Benici at the moment. Now, she knew on contact that she'd overdone that one. And so it's a second break point opportunity then for Thailand. Benici, on the evidence of what we've seen, a very patient player, looking for unforced errors. And Tipakson obliging in that regard there. Deep in thought, knows she needs to keep those to a minimum. Yeah, actually, it ended up really effective, didn't it? Little shank there from the Thai athlete, but it came off as a wonderful drop shot. Look at this, just hit the bottom of the frame a little bit. The intent was good, but look at where it landed. So an outright winner from the Thai number 2, and another breakpoint opportunity here. Unable to just elevate that one. So back to deuce we go in this very tense opening Moroccan service game. And of course, this is their first day of action. They didn't play yesterday, so they'll be a little nervy. And of course, there's the weight of expectation on their shoulders as the higher ranked nation, seeded 8th. More breakpoint chances for Tipakson Sinkao. Just looking a little vexed. A quick glance to her captain. And where clay courts are so tough is because they're so gritty, the ball just sort of checks and loses any incoming pace. So you've got to generate all the pace yourself. And that becomes quite attritional, as you can see. What's this, the 5th or 6th deuce of this game? He found the line. That's a wonderful off-forehand winner from Samira Benici to steady the ship. Back to deuce again.
That's avantage fast.
There, the height and spin of the Moroccan serve causing havoc for the Thai athlete. Very tough when you're playing everything so high, well above your head on a dry, high bouncing clay court. Demanding on the shoulders for the return of server. Super topspin backhand from the Thai athlete. And again, back to deuce we go. These are tenaciously fought opening points out here on day two. The first tie of the day. Both players determined to set precedent early. Neither happy to give an inch right now. This is belligerently competitive and a fun watch.
Avantage, Thailand.
So another break point then for Thipaksorn. Can she just elevate her game right here? Oh, a lucky little break off the top of the net cord. How about that? And it's Team Thailand that break away eventually to a 2-love lead. And Samira Benici not looking happy about that. It was an awkward Thai forehand up really high, and it just kissed the tape and bobbled over. The right side for Thailand, the wrong side for Morocco. So Thailand 2-love to the good then in this first women's singles from Group 4. A much better start than yesterday against France. It's a tough thing when by nature perhaps you're an aggressive player, definitely prefers hard court. She's announced that in her biography as Thipaksorn, and she'll be looking to take the ball on slightly flatter, generally slightly lower. She'll be more uncomfortable playing at this higher trajectory. But Samira at the moment all at sea, perhaps a little wounded having lost that really tight opening service game. The Moroccan is needing to steady the ship here.
False. At 30-15. 30-15.
So the 34-year-old, just 4 years senior, though young in tennis experience, has the upper hand at the moment. That's wonderful. That's what you want to do. Open the court with plenty of height and angle if you can. But of course, when you're so deep in the court, pegged back, it's hard to create angle from back there. You're really looking to create angle from shorter balls, and the length of shot has been pretty good so far from both of these athletes. And then if you've got your opponent deep behind the baseline, how about the drop shot, if possible? Didn't expect it over the net, did she? Should have guarded against that one. Didn't think it was going to clear the net. A little bit complacent in her preparation here, and then suddenly a last-minute surge, and well, it was just too late, wasn't it, from Thipakson? But still, she has another game point opportunity for what will be a 3-love breakaway from Morocco here in this opening match.
At berabere give.
Well, she's a little frustrated. The head is shaking. She's had 2 points for a 3-love lead and unable to convert either of them. Samira Benici looking tenacious in her fight back herself. Samira Benici finally getting on the board. She breaks the Thai serve and stops the run of games at 2 for Thipakson. Singao. Samira Benici very much into this opening set right now with something to show, and that'll feel good. But it's Thailand that lead the way out here, 2-1. And you sense there's a lot of tennis to be played between these two. Samira Benici, the established clay courter, was things were looking a little woeful for her at the start there, staring down the barrel of what was a potential 3-love. The Thai had 2 points to convert, unable to do so, and suddenly the scoreboard looking a little rosier from the Moroccans. Well, just to remind you where we are, we're on centre court here in the Megasole Tennis Academy. Morocco, the 8th seeds, taking on the 12th seeds in Thailand, and there is just an abundance of action everywhere. It's an international wheelchair tennis on an industrial scale out here. We've got, I think it's 18 match courts today, loaded with world-class wheelchair tennis matches. But of course, centre, the only one with 2 ties, as well as court 26, which is pretty much is the other real main show court here in Megasole. Yeah, good defensive prowess from Thipakson Singao. It's frustrating on a clay court because chances will come and go, and because of the nature of the surface, the ball just hangs in the air and you've got to create your own momentum. Momentum can shift very, very fast on this Turkish terracotta surface. Clever wide serve there, just stretching the Thai Yeah, great length off the forehand from Samira. Yeah, acknowledged by Tipakson. Never met before, these two. It's a first head-to-head showing between them. Well, the point was set up so nicely by that deep first serve from Samira, wasn't it? But unable to back it up. But feeling a little bit more settled right now. She has traction. She's got a game on the board, and that'll be liberating in itself, you'd imagine. Can she push on from here, the server? And the odd error creeping in to the game of Tipakson Singao. Suddenly, the Thai looking that little bit more vulnerable to the clay court at the top of your picture. Again, sharp serving, enjoying the width from that advantage court, the Moroccan, and she holds on to her serve. Or has she? A little bit of a pause in play here. The umpire's down off the seat, and the serve was indeed called wide. That's the nice thing about clay courts. They leave a little bit of a scorch mark where the ball lands, and that one was indeed just wide of the service box. So we'll get a second serve, and the score does remain at 40-30. So still work to be done for Samira Benici. Yeah, lovely change of pace from the Moroccan, and it is indeed 2-all.
2 games up.
Finding her patterns of play, looking that little bit more assured. She settled into the surroundings and suddenly is looking that little bit more fluid, and her game is easing into place nicely, and she's managing to create a few errors now from Tipakson. She's leveled the scoreboard at 2 games all. Slight psychological edge for the Moroccan as well, being 60 spots higher at 39 in the world, off a career high ranking.
At 15-0. 15 love.
Oh, great tenacity shown from both athletes, particularly the Thai there in wheeling that one down. This was a really good effort, wasn't it? But of course, terrific opening of the court from the Moroccan Benici. Yeah, mixing up the heights, the spins, the speed, starting to open the court now with more effect is Samira Benici. Going high and deep, then creating some sort of angle as well, looking a little bit more consistent as well and more threatening. Now, suddenly, Thailand down on the scoreboard for the first time in the match. What sort of resistance will there be from Tipakson? Yeah, wonderful play. Again, opening the court with authority. Samira Benici. She's got a little bit of a stranglehold of momentum right now. Having been 2 love down, she's looking at what might be a 3rd consecutive game, the Moroccan.
Sorry, wait, please. Yeah, 15-14.
Oh, how good is that? A barrage of positivity right now from Samira Benici as Morocco take a 3-2 lead with really assured, assertive tennis. Fine backhand winner to secure that game. So a heady 3-2 lead. Samira Benici really settling in nicely. And the Moroccan women contest the world group for just the second time after finishing 12th in 2016, 8 years ago. And suddenly, Team Thailand realise just the clay court threat that Samira Benici is. Wheelchair tennis in a really good place right now at Wimbledon. In the summer, of course, we've got the French Open coming up first, then Wimbledon, then the Olympics in August as well, the Paralympics too. So much great tennis. That'll all be on the clay of Roland Garros as well. But through Wimbledon, of course, the draws will be swelling this year, up to 16 for the men's and women's wheelchair events for the first time ever. Really good to see. Alfie Hewitt got on court with Yannick Sinner in Miami. They played a little match together. Well, it wasn't so much of a match because Yannick couldn't really maneuver the chair. Very, very difficult, of course. But it was an event where Shingo Kunieda, the elder statesman of wheelchair tennis, beat Alfie Hewitt in a final exhibition tournament. But those kind of things really up the awareness of wheelchair tennis. Judy Murray explained it best. Wheelchair tennis, rather like playing chess whilst riding a bike and trying to hit the ball at the same time. Really complex for an able-bodied player to have a go.
15-15. 15-0.
I've been threatened with the proposition, but always run scared on that one. You see what she's trying to do? She's trying to come around the side of the ball and whip up the back at the same time and create a generous angle, which would be idyllic on the clay. Because, of course, your opponent will have to cover so much ground, but it's tough to execute sometimes when the ball's just hanging there. Get a lot more pace through the court on a hard court, which is the favoured surface of the Thai. But so far, she's acquitting herself really well. Just missing the court
40-15.
too often at the moment and looking a little frustrated in doing so. That looked to be a fairly regular return, perhaps a little greedy with where she was aiming. Samira now taking control out here.
Schwartz.
That's more like it.
40-30.
Tipakson with a wonderful cross-court forehand return there. Needs a few more where that one came from. Yet to win a clay court match this season is Tipakson. Yeah, it's a late call, but a correct one, I'm pretty sure. You'll only have left a subtle mark. workout for the umpires on clay courts up and down quite
Oyun
regularly
Fas
to check
4-2
marks.
ileride.
So it is another game for
Morocco leads
Team
4
Morocco,
games to 2.
who push away with a 4th consecutive and push out to a 4-2 lead then in this opening set. Support camp looking pretty relaxed courtside, clad in green, national colours. Oh yeah, nice try with the half volley, but the ball just jumped too much on her. It really is quite unnerving when you're a hard courter and you come to a clay court, because the bounce is so different, the nuances of playing on clay so different as well, and just the look, the height that good clay courters play at, it's all makes you uncomfortable when you're not used to it. And of course, when you've only been playing the sport for 2 years, you'd imagine that would be particularly uncomfortable and unnerving. Now, you sense she needs to hold on here, Tipakson. Otherwise, this set is sliding away a little quickly. Super play.
0-30. Love 30.
Well, neither of these players have a title to their name yet. All to come in the future, I'm sure.
15-30. 15-30.
Oh, wonderful.
30-30.
Very creative forehand angle there. A little hint of positivity from the Thai. A rare moment. Wonderful angle there. Plenty of topspin on that one.
Fault.
Going for the wide slice, just ball tossing to her right, trying to carve the ear off the ball. Well, that's been the issue, hasn't it? It's been the consistency of the Moroccan Samira Benici, who's just been repeating and cutting and pasting so well today, asking a lot of tough questions of Tipakson, who is under siege again here, staring down the barrel at what might be 2-5. Can she land a first serve? Yeah, a little yelp of delight from Samira Benici. She breaks the Thai serve again and rolls out to what will be a 5-2 commanding lead in this opening set right now. The lady in green is looking that little bit more masterful. So Moroccan control after 37 minutes of action out here on the first of our 2 ties on this glorious Antalya centre court from the Megasarai Tennis Academy. Up next, not before 1:30, we'll have a tie in the men's round robin group 4 between France and Austria. France, of course, with their standout talent in the elder statesman Stéphane Houdet, 53 years of age. France in the men's event coming in as the 4th seeds against the Austrian 8th seeds. France with a combined ranking of 27 between the top 2 players in singles, so looking very, very strong this year. Good to see Houdet in action. The stalwart of the French team, so experienced, so decorated as well.
Time.
They'll be up in the second tie, but of course we've got the #1 singles after this and the doubles as well in this women's round robin group 4. So just plenty of terrific tennis to unfold on this glorious centre court stage. Now serving for the set at 5-2, Samira Benici.
At 0-15, love 15. Fault.
A couple of unforced errors from Samira. Perhaps just the scent of notching the opening set in her nostrils right now, and perhaps just a little bit of a switch off.
Love 14.
Valiant effort though from Thipaksorn Singao. Can she get her teeth in to break the Moroccan serve, something she did earlier on in the set pretty keenly. Yeah, that's clever, isn't it? Subtle little angle off the forehand from Samira. The backhand of the tie was hit well, but rather flat and right into the strike zone of the Moroccan, who gobbles that one up keenly. That's a terrific effort from the Thai world number 95. Breaks back just in the nick of time. So there's still a lot of tennis to be played in this opening set. The Moroccan attempted to serve it out, unable to. The Thai reducing the deficit. Showing great determination, Thipaksorn here. Well, what's with the height, I hear you ask? Well, the height basically does just get your opponent backed off, and they can, when they're deep behind the baseline, be less proactive. And you can see when the ball's just coming down at you from such a height, it's really difficult to time the ball. You can see all sorts of problems there for Thipaksorn. Oh, that's wonderful. An off forehand winner on the return of serve from Samira Benici, who's making amends nicely. The back end of this opening set, having conceded on her previous service game. That was great hand skills.
False. On 15-30. 15-30.
Well, Thipaksorn will be hoping to ride the break of serve.
15-40.
But again, it's a brilliant forehand return. She really does enjoy that off forehand return, doesn't she, rather than the classical cross-court. Look at this. Slightly later contact point, perfectly positioned on the court. 2 set points for Morocco. And it is indeed the Moroccans, the 8 seeds in the round-robin Group 4, who take the opening set by 6 games to 3, courtesy of some brilliant tennis from Samira Benici. They are a set to the good now. Well, a 43-minute set. The court will be groomed nicely and brushed by the groundsman. And a moment of reflection for the players. Such a good start from Thepakson Singao. But it was Samira Benici who settled well in the end, eventually got some traction. She was 2 points from being 3-love down, wasn't she? But then the Thai sort of lost her way a little. And there's been a few mistimed shots. But Samira Benici just showing us all why she's playing off that career high ranking of 39 in the world. Already won a couple of clay court matches this year elsewhere. And importantly, she's won 2 of 4 of her women's singles matches in the African qualification in Abuja, Nigeria, back in February. But in terms of the overall group, France as the 3rd seeds are looking ominous and imposing. That 3-love victory yesterday over Team Thailand has really put them in good stead, and they really are the group favourites to come through, you'd imagine. But still, there's a lot of tennis to be played yet in this tie. And given the start that we saw from Thepakson Singao, there's no telling. She might find a way. They might be able to plot a plan to come back here. There's their number 1 on the left. Sakon Kanthasit, world number 25. She was a silver medalist in the 2004 Paralympic Games in Athens. The only Paralympic medal for Thailand. A very decorated player, standing at 25 in the world. 52 years of age, the left-hander as well. Uber experienced. And already this year, she's amassed 18 wins, only 9 losses. She's got 79 career singles titles, has Sakon, who's up next for the Thais. Now, can Samira Benici hold on to momentum? Having taken that opening set inside 3/4 of an hour, we start set number 2.
İkinci set. Servis. Fas.
Well, not the start that she had hoped for. Incidentally, more women's main draw round-robin action elsewhere around the grounds. Japan are taking on Germany right now. Japan, of course, runners-up. In fact, winners in 2022 of this event. It was the Netherlands that beat Japan last year in the final, 2-1, to become champions again. They're the top seeds, the Netherlands, in this women's singles event.
That's
Clever angle from
15
Tipaxon there off the backhand, just
15,
opening the court
13.
nicely, getting her opponent wide. That's what she needs to do. Because when an opponent's wide on the tennis court, they tend to panic a little bit and have a thrash at the ball, and it can often lead to error.
fault. Evet. 30-30. Toriel.
Well, she has reasons to believe, doesn't she? This smiling Thai Tipaxon had such a good start. Opportunity for 3-love in that opening set. Can she do so here? She's got parity in this opening return game. Wheeling in nicely for momentum.
Fault.
And the breeze has picked up a little locally. See the parasols just fluttering around.
Evet. 40-30. Fault heater. Berabere. Give.
Telling return of serve from the Thai athlete there, really punishing that forehand. Back to deuce we go again. But typically it's been Samira Benici who's been winning these long, grueling games of late. Just got the angle a little wrong with the off forehand there. She's been good at that one. It's been a pattern of play that she's used on a regular basis after this high ball. She likes to get that off forehand going, but not finding the mark there. So break back point here at the start of set number 2 for Team Thailand.
Net serve.
Well, that's just the start that the Thais were looking for.
Thailand.
The perfect drop shot
İkinci setini
from
koyuyor. First
Tipaxon
game, second
Singao. And they are off to a familiar start, as they were in the opening set. Wonderful little drop shot short here. Wasn't sure if it was completely middled off the string bed, but it left Benici just that little bit frustrated. So that's tidy tennis from Team Thailand. Can Tipaxon do something in the second set that she was unable in the first, to really accelerate away from this tenacious Moroccan?
On 15-0. 15-love.
There it is again. That's been the standout strike, hasn't it,
15-all.
from Benici? That's her signature return from that advantage side.
Otuz 15. 30-15.
Just needed to accelerate a little more there to get that one up and down quickly. Anytime you're looking for a sharp angle, you need plenty of acceleration up the back of the ball, a la Rafael Nadal, and more importantly, Carlos Alcaraz. Brilliant play. What a turnaround there. What
40-15.
speed in getting to that wide forehand there from the Thai number 2. Look at this. It was a wonderful angle from Benici, but to no avail in the end, and terrific acceleration on arrival. More opportunity to pull away.
Fault. Oyun. Thailand
That'll do the trick.
2-0 ileride. Thailand leads. 2 games to
Wonderful play from Team Thailand. And Thipaksorn Singapore will be really delighted with this start. An exact replica of her opening set. And it combines simultaneously with a little bit of a lapse in concentration from the Moroccan number 2.
At 15-0. 15 love.
Players that are brought up on a fast hard court tend to want to wheel into the return of serve and just hit through the ball so keenly, but of course on a clay court, hard to do that because the ball is just sitting there with nothing on it and almost sort of jumping straight up at you rather than whizzing through.
(15-15). 15-0.
First sign of frustration setting in for Samira Benici. A little bit of chuntering has started from the 30-year-old. Good keen energy from Thipaksorn, wheeling around with authority. Nods of acknowledgement here. She is looking much more upbeat right now.
False. Wait, please.
Wow. Samira Benici really has taken a wrong turn in the road, and well, she's opting to change her racket after what was such a convincing opening set. I think she feels she's lost the game. Yes, she's lost the score altogether, and with it her concentration evidently. She's got work to do here. 15-40. 2 more break points for Thipaksorn, who can barely believe this turnaround, I'm sure. Well, many around here thought that was a call locally, but it wasn't from the lines judge, that's for sure. Or the umpire. The ball landed plumb on the paint there. Thai athletes straining every sinew to stay in the point, but Samira Benici again with that off forehand,
Berabere. Give.
forcing error so nicely to haul the game back to deuce. Can she get a grip here?
Fault.
The energy in the Thai team now is quite palpable. She's found the line again, you know. Can you believe it?
Fuss.
Wriggling out of danger and what might have been a perilous position of love three. She had wheeled to the chair, thinking she'd lost the game moments ago. But hang on. It's a game point now for Benici in this topsy-turvy game, and that is really gutsy from Benici, who somehow, as she did in that opening set, gets a game on the board from nowhere in set two. So now the score 2-1 to the Thais in the second set, but with plenty of work to do. That'll be a cause for frustration, I'm sure, because Samira Benici had wheeled to the chair thinking she'd lost the game. The score was actually 15-40, and I thought she was going to change her racket. But when the umpire reminded her that the game was still live, she wheeled back and managed to sort of relax and salvage it herself. What a great escape that was. Coming through unscathed in that service hold somehow. But encouragement nonetheless for Thipaksorn Singao. Can she build on this slender game advantage here at 2-1 in the second set?
Fault.
Top four seeds, of course, in this women's event, separated into different groups. Netherlands as the top seeds, Japan the second seeds, France the third seeds in this group, of course, and Great Britain as the fourth seeds.
That's 15-15. 15-all.
Players staying locally at the Megasarai Club Belek. The best known holiday destination in Antalya is Belek, most famous city of Turkish tourism.
At 30-15. 30-15.
They've got plenty of tennis courts back at the hotel, incidentally. It's a big sporting venue as well. It's just 3 kilometers away is Club Belek from the tennis academy here. And there's a free shuttle service between the two. So the players can come and go, depending on when their match is. But of course, they like to support their country compatriots.
Otuz 30-all.
Well, she's tried so hard to be uber proactive today, hasn't she? Thipaksorn Singao, the way she would normally on a hard court.
Fault.
But one thing that Benici does well is defend her court keenly.
Good. 40.
Just into the second hour out here on centre. This one bubbling up nicely. Keenly contested. Big fight back from Thipaksorn here. Desperate to snatch the second set and bring parity to this tie. First match of the day on day 2 here of 4 of the group matches. It's a clever return, isn't it, that forehand, that off forehand where she goes into out with plenty of height and very often plenty of angle as well from Samira. But again, if you had money for every time that the tie was up in a game and unable to convert it, you'd be a wealthy person. Trying her heart out to get across the line, but not able to do so. Again, it's the forehand return that's causing damage. And on that basis, you'd imagine that Thipaksorn will have been in discussion with her coach courtside, the captain, and tried to get that serve into the backhand of the Moroccan. That's a fine serve, nice and deep. If you do go to the forehand, it's got to be deep or wide in the box. But the trouble is the natural swing path of the server is to go across to the Moroccan forehand. Little lapse in concentration from her there. Back at deuce. Important game this in set 2. Well, it was one of the best points of the match, wasn't it? Angles, height. A little look of disbelief in missing that routine rally ball from Thipaksorn there. And again, as we said, mirror image, unusually, of the first set, wasn't it? Where she was 2-love up, had points for 3-love. And now again being pegged back. Break point for Samira Benici. And a rare forehand miss from the Moroccan. That's been the money shot, that one, the forehand. She's been in touch with that one, but the timing awry on that, just slightly jammed up. Oh, missed the drop shot. Can you believe it? She'd engineered the point so craftily. And a little wince and grimace there from Thipaksorn. Another break point. Fine serve, great length. You sense the set really hanging in the balance right here. Such a key game.
Avantage Thailand.
Wonderful angle. Yep, height and spin. Really breaks away on a clay court, that sort of combination.
Oyun Thailand.
That's a decent hold from Thipaksorn. Seeing out
Thailand 3-1 ileride Thailand'dayız. 3 games to 1.
the world number 95 pulls away and creates some daylight on the scoreboard. Something that she was unable to do in that opening set. She's done so in set 2. And that'll really buoy her energy, I'm sure.
At
A
15
little greedy with the angle. The right idea. And what's great is having lost that opening set, she's still seeking solutions.
At 15-15. 15-0.
Well, there's been plenty of undulations, hasn't there, throughout this match from both players, and at the moment you do sense that Samira Bonici is kind of in a little bit of a mini slump. That's gone long as well.
15-30. 15-30.
And the radar has been switched off on that usually very dependable Moroccan forehand.
Otuz 30-10.
Just what the doctor ordered for Thipaksorn of Thailand. A nice steady point when she needed it. Now, can she convert this breakpoint opportunity here and really accelerate away? How good is that backhand return from Thipaksorn Singao? She does indeed push out to a 4-1 lead in the second set. This one unfolding nicely right now. So the Thais with a little much needed uplift midway through this second set, and the Moroccan looking deep in thought. They will have been reminded of their bronze medal showing here in Antalya in 2010, no doubt by the team captain. That, of course, was the first occasion that Turkey hosted the World Team Cup World Group. Will they be smiling at the end of this tie? Roles temporarily reversed. Momentum with the Thai 12th seeds right now. Women's action elsewhere. Japan are up against Germany. Great Britain against Brazil. Colombia take on Switzerland in the women's events. So plenty of female ties on around the ground at this glorious Megasarai Tennis Academy. Yeah, very subtly taken. Calm and clear thinking from Tipakson. Can't believe she's only been playing tennis for 2 years, can you? It's quite remarkable. Obviously had high level of chair control through her basketball endeavour as a former pro player. And again, subtly done, that drop shot is paying dividends nicely. I like it when she combines that with the high ball, but this was just deftly taken, took all the pace out of that one, just fell away. And that is the curse from the Moroccan point of view of having such a deep court position. You're vulnerable to drop shots when you're that far behind the baseline. And suddenly, Samira Benici is all at sea. In just their second showing at World Group level. The Moroccans hoping for a keen start here with their #2 player. It's a brilliant return, isn't it? Though it doesn't look it, it's really tough to time that ball. It's just dropping down from the heavens straight at you. But at least Tipakson can smile at it and embrace the challenge rather than see it as a threat. Well, how about that? A seismic turnaround, courtesy of this really valiant effort from Tipakson Singao. She has pushed out to a 5-1 lead in this second set. Samira Benici, just her mind tied up with cobwebs of doubt right now. Can do no right. Even the forehand is spilling long. Can she put the wheels on quickly here? Time is running out in this second set.
False.
Having played so well to take the first by 6 games to 3, she's up against it.
Sıfır 15. Lula 15.
And it's not been any significant tactical changes from the Thai athlete, but it's just that the Moroccan has simultaneously sort of just lost concentration. And Tipakson has upped her level of consistency.
On 15. 15-0. At 30-15. 30-15.
Well, there'll be a slight desperation from Tipakson right now. She'll want to get this set under her belt pretty quickly, you'd imagine. Having got the momentum right now, it can leave you as fast as it came. That's the problem with clay courts. Momentum can swing a lot.
False.
And it's hard to sustain.
30-30. 30-0.
But that said, Samira Benici seems to be in charitable mood. Hemorrhaging unforced errors right now, very uncharacteristically. And that's gone long as well. And after an hour and 17 minutes, it's Tipakson Singao who has a set point.
False. Better.
Tenaciously contested points, spreading the court really nicely there, Samira Benici. Masterful control, and alerted by the fact that she set point down, she brings her best.
False. At avantage Thailand.
Now, a second set point for the Thai.
False. Wait.
Such a clever return of serve from Thipaksorn Singao. The world number 95 takes the second set by 6 games to 1 to level the match. We go on in this opening encounter. 1 set all. Now, it looks like a toilet break will be taken by the Thai number 2. And I think the Moroccan is going to do exactly the same. So it's changing from sports chairs to day chairs, and they will momentarily take leave of the court. But we go on in this battle of the number 2s. Terrific set of tennis from the Thai women. And they're very much back in this one. She really has released the handbrake with some terrific tennis. Thipaksorn Singao. Well, as the court is being dragged, it might get sprayed a little as well. Not altogether sure of the sort of code in this event, but there are other matches unfolding, plenty of them, around 18 match courts today, loaded with world-class wheelchair matches. And I can tell you, I'm looking around, Morocco against Thailand, no score yet in that one. Japan against Germany, still in their first rubber there. Great Britain, Brazil, still no score there. Colombia against Switzerland as well. So yeah, 3 or 4 women's matches unfolding simultaneously in this wonderful Megasarai Tennis Academy. An event that was won last year by the Netherlands. And they beat Japan in last year's final in the Villamora Tennis and Paddle venue. So Netherlands seeded top here. Second seeds Japan, France are the third seeds, Great Britain the fourth seeds. Yesterday's results, South Africa beat Switzerland 3-0 in the women's event. Netherlands, of course, crushed Brazil, the same scoreline. France, of course, beating Thailand. That was out on court 21 yesterday. Same scoreline, 3-love. And China took down Germany. They're very strong this year. Very strong team, China. With plenty of good players. They've got Zhu Zhenjian, the world number 5. Li Xiaoyui, the world number 12, amongst others. Indeed, all of their players are top 15 ranked. So such depth to draw on in the women's event this year, China. It's a glorious scene, isn't it? This court is so well kept. Massive run back. It's just a great facility. 18 courts, bustling with action. Court 1 hosting a men's match from Group 1. Austria taking on the Netherlands. Court 12, Morocco against Germany, men's Group 2. Court 14, we've got Japan against Germany in the women's division. Men again on 15, Poland against Thailand. It's all happening. Really good event. So much hustle and bustle, so much good tennis to watch. So we've 44 teams from 21 countries lining up here in Antalya, following the completion of 4 regional qualification events for Africa, the Americas, Asia and Oceania, and Europe as well. We've got the semi-finals on Saturday following the last of the group matches. And of course the men don't get a rest day because they're 4 groups of 4. And they're competing all of the 4 days from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then they'll go into the semis and the finals on Sunday as well. The women, because we've got 4 groups of 3, they'll get a rest day, as Morocco did yesterday, but they'll be playing back-to-back days. So Samira Benici is back on court, but still awaiting her Thai opponent right now. So still a lot of tennis to be played. The first of 6 matches that we'll be bringing you on this court today. We've got another women's singles between the nation's respective number 1s, then doubles thereafter, and we do it all over again, not before 1:30, because France will be taking on Austria in men's Group 2. Each tie course is the best of 3, 2 singles followed by doubles with a sort of 30 to 45 minute break, and that doubles can often decide the tie, and it might well do here. Given how close this opening singles is, it might well come down to the doubles. We've got a very close singles coming up next as well. Najwa Aweni, the 26-year-old right-hander from Morocco, the Moroccan number 1, is 30th in the world, and she takes on the 52-year-old left-hander, world number 25, Sakon Kanthasit. They'll be up next. They were watching courtside moments ago. I bet they've been sort of getting away from the court just to sort of freshen up a little and take themselves away from the emotionality of this opening match. Well, you can hear a light breeze on the on-court microphones locally, our effects mic. It has picked up a little, but pretty much idyllic playing conditions. Here we go. It's Thailand to serve in Tipakson Singao to get this 3rd set underway.
Out. 0-15. Love 15.
You wonder in an event like this, with so much tennis going on, whether these guys really should play a tie-break as a third set to decide the third set right now, because very often these matches can get extended quite long. I'm sure I'm not the first to have said that. That'll have been in discussions amongst referees and tournament directors, no doubt. But we're going to be treated to a full set here.
On 15-30. Otuz, 30.
Looking down at the mark, thinking it might have gone long there. The Moroccan number 2. No such luck. It's a 12-team event, this. The women's draw is pretty big. Not as big as the men's at 16.
Otuz, 40-30.
Well, we saw some earlier frustration. Just got to minimise those unforced errors, hasn't she, right now? We've seen she can play some brilliant proactive tennis. But it now becomes a numbers game, particularly at the start of this third set. A little bit too heavy on the contact then from the Thai number 2. No psychological edge between these two. This is, as we mentioned at the top of the program, a first head-to-head meeting between them. Neither knew what to expect.
Avantage fast.
Both will be really keen to get off to a flyer at the start of this decider. But in doing so, a certain angst creeps in occasionally. Oh, that is superb defense of her court. Tipakson really doing well there on that wide backhand to just loft that one down the line. A lot of traffic has been going that way today with the off forehand from Benici going deep and wide into her backhand. She had plenty of practice around that passage of play.
Fault.
And there it is again. It's obviously been discussed with her captain courtside. Benici really is pegging a lot of balls that side. And for somebody that's only been playing tennis for 2 years, Tipakson Singao could morph into a really decent clay courter, you feel. We spent most of her time on a hard court over the years. This is relatively new, but she's a fast learner, no doubting that.
At
Oh, she knows again,
was
as she did early in the game, just a little too much contact on that forehand, needed a little bit more spin. And I see tennis very much like a graph where the top axis is spin, the lower axis is contact. She was a little too rich in contact there. Well done, a really telling return from Samira Benici. And that break of serve was greeted with a guttural roar of approval. She's off to a flyer here, is the Moroccan number 2. Something that she was unable to do in the first 2 sets. Getting out first and getting some early traction to bed in nicely. Showing a lot of tenacity. It's hard because not only playing for herself, playing for her country as well. Big responsibility. Doesn't want to let her teammates down.
15-0. 15 love.
Talking about teammates, it's only a team of 3, the Moroccan team.
Fault.
The ties, there's only 2 of them. So no injury leeway for Team Thailand anyhow.
30 love.
Yeah, I think that serve got into a really awkward position there for the returner because there was no acceleration on the return at all. She took all the pace off that one. It was wide and awkward. Tough to get hold of. Oh, yes.
30-15.
Again, it's about placing the ball in awkward parts of the court, particularly on a clay court where it's tough to get that sort of traction and early push. Yeah. Oh yes, opening the court again. That's been a big feature of her serving profile, wide from the advantage court from Samira Benici. Yeah, clever use of height, angles, spins.
2-0 ileride.
Benici
Morocco
holds on and pushes out to a very fast response in set number 3. Having gone down hard in that second set, this is a fantastic re-engagement from the Moroccan number 2.
Love 15.
Well, you feel she's liberated by the scoreboard lead right now, hitting the ball very cleanly is Benici again.
At 15.
Too cleanly there, frankly. Tipakson had to take evasive action.
False. On 15-30. 15-30.
Well, can ill afford that double fault at this stage. Tie number 2.
Otuz. 30-all.
Tennis is a funny sport because the harder you try, often the more it evades you, like many things in life. Being a fine motor sport, it's about staying relaxed yet focused and intense. Keep pushing the chair aggressively, getting in the right position.
Good, Otus. 40-30.
And now, with the score rolls reversed at the start of set number 3, it's the tie for the first time, with opportunity to get on the board. Keep her opponent in check.
Oyun Thailand
Really good game from Thipaksorn
plus
Singao.
2-1 ileride. Morocco leads
She
2
does
games to
indeed.
1.
Snap at the heels of the Moroccan number 2. But it's Samira Benici that leads the way 2-1 in this deciding set. So important to seek the shade of the parasol and just get a little bit of hydration. And of course that starts the night before, doesn't it? Keeping the body loaded with fuel and water. On this very warm day, temperatures spiking up to 24 degrees or so locally, up to highs of 28 come Friday, I'm told. Moroccan camp looking particularly relaxed, fingers whirring over mobile phones. Headphones on. It's a glorious day, and what a wonderful venue to host such an event at the Megastrai Tennis Academy. There's a real hustle and bustle of Turkish tennis right now.
Fault. At 15-0. 15-0.
Momentarily, we should really remind ourselves of that wonderful Turkish win in the quad round robin Group 2 yesterday, where they beat the US of A. Got the win 2-1 on day one. Delighting the home supporters with that win. Turkey over the States in the quad division.
At 30-0. 30-0. At 30-15.
Well, offering her favourite shot there, Thipaksorn to Samira, and she was unable to take advantage with that normally telling forehand. Furious with that miss.
At 30-30. 30-10.
And she can only sit and smile because she's frustrated inside, just going through one of those lulls that we saw in that second set, where the set really got away from her very fast and losing it 1-6. Samira's got to be very careful here. She'll be down on a second serve, and this one is precariously poised right now, this set. It could swing either way. Oh, great improvisation there from the Moroccan
14-30.
number 2. That was awkward. A couple of chair jamming shots they both had to deal with. Created a wonderful angle here. Very, very good. Just backing off, putting the chair into reverse momentarily.
False. At berabere gidiyoruz.
She would so dearly love to just pull away from this tenacious Thai number 2 who's smiling and irritating her, I'm sure, right now. About as welcome as a wasp at a barbecue in Bonici's mind, I'm sure. She can't seem to pull away. Just wants to make her Thai opponent become a speck in a rear view mirror, but she just can't shake her off. Telling return, really deep, really awkward from Tipakson. She has been really quietly competitive today in her own smiling way, but she won't let go. And it's a second consecutive game for Tipakson Singyo. She draws level in set 3. Locks us into 2 games all. This is tantalizingly poised right now. Which way will it swing next? There's been a lot of momentum shifts throughout this match. But who knows? But what we do know is that Bonici is the favoured player on ranking to come through as a top 40 athlete against this world number 95 in your picture. Wind might be playing a part. Bonici unable to hit quite so close to the lines. Now that was struck to perfection.
False.
Oh no, couldn't control it. She had engineered a really clever point there, opening up the court with wonderful angles, but just ran out of puff seemingly. Just losing control of the racket head there. Good rally though. Samara Bonici having to cover a lot of court in defense of that point.
False.
That's the thing on a clay court. It's all about defending your court well. It's not so much the glamour of a faster court where you can hit winners more readily. On the brick dust, it checks and the ball just sits. It's hard to do that. Got no incoming energy, so you've got to generate it all yourself. That's why angles and drop shots are such a good play.
15-30. 15-30.
And controlling the height, imperative. Height, speed, spin, of course, the 3 ball variables. Rafa Nadal does it better than anybody. Many of us so sad to see Rafa probably leaving the game by the end of the year, and many would love to see him compete at Roland Garros for one last time, but I don't know whether his fitness will enable that. It'll all come to light over the next few weeks, of course. French Open. That one spilt long, and Samira Benici just fist-pumping momentarily as she holds on and stops the run of momentum at 2 games for Tipakson. So it is the Moroccan number 2 who leads 3-2. Third set. It's been a bit of a slow day as I look around the score sheet around the courts. Great Britain 1-love down to the States in the quad event. And there's not been many first matches concluded. Turkey against Australia in the quad event. They're 1-0 up there. Japan 1-0 up in the junior event against Belgium. But most of the other ties are static at 0-0. So we've been treated to a lot of third sets, one would imagine, around the grounds. "20 match courts with action on them today.
Time. On 15-0. 15-love.
Well, that was rather lucky, wasn't it? And she knows it. Just scrambling, straining every sinew to stay in the point, and the ball just crept over the net in a really awkward place. Samira Benici hoping to pull away, having had such a good start to set 3 with a 2-love lead.
"30-15. 30-15.
That's been a scrappy game, hasn't it? A few unforced errors from both players. Perhaps just over-pressing a little. Just trying to relax her hand there, Tipakson.
At 30-40. 30-40. at oyun Thailand. Oyunlar 3-3, 3 games all.
So, how about this? An immediate break back from Team Thailand. Thepakson Singao right back in the picture. Her opponent turning her back, stepping off stage momentarily. Team China this year so strong in this event. 4 really strong players. Second seeds this year, the Chinese. They're in the group with Japan as well. By Zhen Zhenju. And of course, Japan this year don't have the services of world number 2, Yui Kamiji. Had to withdraw due to illness, sadly. Such an integral part of that Japanese team. But these Asian qualification winners are putting up stern resistance here in this Thai number 2. Thepakson Singao has got her teeth in nicely to this one, and it could still sway either way. So tough to call a winner. They've been neck and neck, these two. Telling return, and immediately 3 break back points for Benici, having just conceded her own service game. She's played a terrific return game here. Can she cross the line and keep her nose in front?
False. Oyun.
Well, I think everybody kind of waiting for a call. A little bit of uncertainty here. Was the ball in or out? The umpire should probably get down and have a look at the mark. It was tantalizingly close. I think Benici wants it checked. But there was no call. And I think, given that, she thinks she's found the line. She's slurping her drink already. Hands down gestured from the umpire. But Thepakson isn't convinced. Okay. So the point's been awarded to Thepakson Singao, who is somehow still alive in this game. 15-40 right now.
At 30-40, 30-40.
Doing well to stay calm, having thought that she'd notch the game to her advantage. Not so. Pegged back. But still another break point. And she's found the paint with that one. But the Thai number 2 doesn't think so. She's got a mark. Her finger is up as if to suggest that's gone wide. And Samira is keen to get the umpire down off the perch to check this one. There's the mark. Yeah, it is indeed just wide. Well, this has been really, really tight, hasn't it, throughout? Benici inside will be just so frustrated, you'd imagine, having thought she's won the game a couple of times now. Not so. Back to deuce we go.
Avantage pass.
Wonderful return of serve there to engineer the upper hand momentarily again. It's another break point for Samira Benici. Carved around the inside of that ball, just getting it to move away from her serving opponent. Good serve, though, from Tipakson.
Avantage Thailand.
Wonderful serve. On the line with that fine deep backhand. Again, right through the paint of the line. Back to deuce again. This one is tantalizingly poised right now. Deadlock on the scoreboard. Nothing between them at all. And as the match clock runs into a third hour, it's a fine forehand return from Benici. And another absolute ripper, showing her versatility off her stronger wing. It's Samira Benici that pulls away momentarily from this tenacious Thai number 2. Benici leads 4-3, third set. Tipakson Singal keen to crack on. Momentarily playing catch up. Down a break of serve to the Moroccan number 2 right now.
0-15, Allah 15.
Incidentally, in the women's division, Dida de Groot's been named Laureus World Sportsperson of the Year with a disability for the first time after being honoured in Madrid alongside Novak Djokovic a couple of Monday nights ago. 27-year-old world number 1 becomes the second Dutch wheelchair tennis player to be named the winner of the prestigious Laureus World Sportsperson Award. She's playing here, of
15,
course, is Dida de Groot,
30.
and you know about it when she's on court with such a big game that she brings. She's enjoyed another dominant year last season, becoming the first tennis player in any discipline to win 3 successive calendar Grand Slams. Oh, just overcooked the angle a little too much. Needed a bit more spin on that one to get it to dip down in. And of course, these guys will be inspired by Dida de Groot. Of course, 2023 was her second full season unbeaten in singles competition. She remained undefeated in 53 singles matches during the year, stretching her winning streak to 127 matches, the world number 1, Dida de Groot. Incredible. She's in action throughout the week here as well for the Netherlands, who won last year, defending their title again here.
At 40-30.
Nerves will be playing their part right now. Both players so keen to get their teams off to a flyer.
At berabere gidiyoruz.
So interesting to see how players respond when the winning line sort of comes into sight, so to speak.
At avantage Thailand.
Thailand with a break point here. Opportunity to level up again.
Oyun Thailand.
It's a super return of serve from Tipakson
4 games off.
Singao. And she locks in to 4 games all with that heady break back just in the nick of time. A well engineered return game. Get her back on track. Benici looking a little frustrated and downbeat. Needs to renew her energy right now. Topsy-turvy affair. So fun to watch. Such a great start from the Moroccan, taking that opening set by 6 games to 3. Then the fight back from the Thai number 2, 6-1. Here we are, locked in at 4-all. Who is going to notch the opening rubber in this tie for their nation?
$0-15. Allah 15. At 0-30, love 30.
Well, of course, now it all comes down to how deep you can dig and how much you can hold on to concentration. Go with the high percentage plays. Play to your strengths as much as you can. And you've got to imagine for the Moroccan, that is getting her forehand into play as early in the rally as she can. Tipaxorn has to get to the backhand as much as she can, you'd imagine. Oh, now, okay, so the ball did bounce first. It didn't hit the chair first, so the point is awarded to the Thai. Had it hit her chair first, it would have been the Moroccan's point. Good reverse work here from Tipaxorn. She's pretty alert. Mighty close.
False.
It's target practice, isn't it? Seemingly.
On 15-40.
Well, you heard some cries of alley courtside from the Moroccan support camp. It's a big moment, they know it. And Samira Benici has a couple of break back points again to take the slender lead. Unable to find the court with that return. That was a fine wide serve. Both players right now battling the inner demons, but this young lady, 34 years of age, only 2 years into her wheelchair tennis career, has probably less scar tissue, frankly. She seems fairly free on the evidence of what we've seen and relaxed, taking her time. Well, you could hear a pin drop in that rally, couldn't you? Such was the concentration and respect from the crowd locally. It's Samira Benici who breaks back and, well, forges out to a commanding situation again. Really well played by her to take the upper hand in this deciding set by 5-4. And after the little timeout, she'll come out and attempt to serve for the match. She's been the more proactive of the two players, but also errant in doing so along the way, and it's never easy to close out a match on a clay court very often. It's all about first serves landed here and just trying to keep the upper hand with the momentum. Just a little rundown of the group. France, of course, with the win over Thailand yesterday. For those of you joining us, welcome along to this first match on centre court of 6 we'll be bringing you today. This is our first tie of the day. Morocco, the 8th seeds, taking on Thailand, and Morocco will come out in a minute and serve for the opening match to get a possible 1-love lead in the tie over Thailand. It's been a long, drawn-out affair, this opener. 2 hours and 12 minutes they've been on court.
False.
Good opening, settling point for Samira Benici.
False. at 15-15, 15-0. On 15-30.
Been really impressed with the Thai number two's ability to transition from hard courts to clay courts and demonstrating such patience out here against an established clay court at the other end of the net. The other side of the net, I should say.
Fault. At 15-40. 15-40.
Now then, nerves playing their part, you sense, from Samira Benici. To break back points here for Tipakson. And that's a crisp forehand return from the Thai number two, and she's back in this one.
Oyunlar 5-5, 5 games all.
Now, what's this all about? 5 games all, first set. Looks like she might be troubled by a blister, perhaps. A little word with the umpire. Maybe the trainer's been called, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems that way, given that the Thai number two is wheeling back to her bench. Yep, she'll have a little slurp, and let's see what's happening. She's not happy about something, yeah. Umpires on the radio, back to HQ. Well, players would normally stop at the change of ends to get this sort of assistance, running repairs and what have you, but electing to stop at 5 all. Here comes the trainer. Yeah, so there's a tournament physio based on site throughout the event, obviously, and providing on-court call at all times. These players, incidentally, allowed 2 toilet or change of attire breaks throughout a singles or doubles match. She's having a little bit of a medical timeout, which will mean a 3-minute injury break where she'll receive some treatment. As she's received permission from the chair umpire to do just that. So the physio or trainer will be just trying to make her a little bit more comfortable around that blister, but very often it's on the where the racket hand grips the racket, and of course if you put anything too bulky on, like a big thick plaster, it can cause sort of impediment really and kind of get in the way. It's going to be interesting here how she deals with this, and they don't want anything too intrusive around the racket grip because the player will lose feel. Somebody keen to take photos of the moment, courtside. But of course these players will have been actively preparing for this on the clay courts locally over the last few days as well on arrival. It's going to be interesting how that feels to her. You can see the breeze locally has picked up quite significantly and might be a telling factor in the turnaround of this. The Thai athlete in Tipaksorn Singhal has done really well to stay with this out-and-out clay quarter of Samira Benici here. Wheeling round, keeping her energy up is the Thai number 2. This is so important for both these players to try and get their respective nations off to a 1-love lead. So it seems that Tipaksorn is back into a sports chair now. I don't know what she was up to prior to that. So the Moroccan good to go again, just checking how it feels, the packing on her hand. And she's okay. And play will resume at 5-all in the deciding set. After 2 hours and 20 minutes of action out here on centre, with so much more tennis for you today, fans. There'll be an approximate quarter of an hour break between this one and the next singles. And the server just waiting for the wind to die down. And we'll resume 5-all.
At 15-0. 15-love. On 15-0.
Oh, nicely done.
15-30.
Good acceleration there from Benici. Off the forehand wing again. This time cross-court. She's played so often with the off forehand. That one more classical. Clay court now really scarred in its appearance by the spinning wheels. These two have been out there now for approaching 2.5 hours. That one just a little reckless, perhaps frustrated having an opportunity to serve out the match at 5-4, denied Samira Benici, and now just over pressing a little. Again, scoreboard parity, nothing between them. Set all, 5-all, 30-all, and we go on.
Otus 30-40.
So now big chance here for Samira Benici to break back and get the upper hand again. Just pulling off the forehand a little. Just coming to terms with the padding on her hand still. Can feel a little intrusive, as you mentioned. But what tenacity Thipaksorn has shown here to stay with this out-and-out clay quarter, ranked 60 spots higher or so in the world. Super. A really good aggressive off forehand again from Samira Benici, who will not let this go. And another break point for her and Team Morocco. Brilliant. A stunning winner from the forehand return yet again from Samira Benici. She pushes on. And now has ensured at least a tiebreak in this deciding set with a 6-5 lead. She'll get a second bite of the cherry to serve out the match. Well, it's been such an enthralling opening match, hasn't it? To decide who's going to get the upper hand in the tie. First match of the day still. Can you believe it? After 2 hours, 26 minutes, these two punching each other silly with the way that they've contested this terrific opener. And I tell you what, if you are one of the two Thai players in the team, that's all they've got, you're going to be feeling pretty fatigued come the end of the week if all of their matches go this long and there's no reserve player. That's going to be tough. Luckily, they do get a day of rest before they go into the knockouts, the semi-finals and the finals, should they get that far. But at the moment, they're just fighting for their survival, having gone love 3 down in their loss yesterday to France as the highest-ranked team in the group. But acquitting themselves really well right now, Thipaksorn, Sinkau. And of course, let's not underdo Samira Benici. It's her opening match of the tournament, so their first day of action. Right up against it, though. It's been a tough encounter, this one, against this very, very competitive Thai number 2. But it'll be a second chance to serve out the match for the world number 39. Well, it's all about game management right now for Samira Benici. Got to keep her cool and do the basics well, not to get ahead of herself. 1 point at a time. That's a fine serve that drew the error.
30-0. 30 love.
Superb winning backhand down the line from Samira Benici. And with that, having come through the rigors here, she engineers herself 3 consecutive match points. That was a standout strike. A delirious scream of relief, you'd imagine, from Samira Benici as the first match goes all the way and falls the way of the Moroccans. In this first tie of the day, Morocco 1, Thailand 0. Samira Benici coming through 6-3, 1-6, 7-5 after 2 hours and 29 minutes. Wow, what a belter. She looks absolutely delighted and utterly relieved. Look at what it means. That's a terrific win. Opening her account in some style eventually. Momentum swaying this way and that throughout this encounter. But she finds her way home despite a niggling blister injury and having to put on that quite intrusive padding on her right hand. And well, spare a thought for the 34-year-old Thai number 2, Tipaksorn Singal, the world number 95, who worked so hard there from start to finish on a least favoured surface. She's very young to clay court tennis, but acquitted herself very, very well. Did so well to snatch that second set 6-1 and take her opponent, a top 40 opponent, all the way, but to no avail in the end. It's the win on the board for Team Morocco as they go 1-love up in the overall tie. It'll be the battle of the number ones up next. Najwa Awani of Morocco, the world number 30th, will take on Sakon Kanthasit, the world number 25, left-hander, 52 years of age, from Morocco, after this court received some attention. But what a match that was. Do join us in 10 to 15 minutes or so for our second match of the day. Morocco 1-love up in the overall tie against Thailand.
Çıksınlar da orayı da yapacağım son. Yavaş yavaş mı? Güzel ha, parayla yeter. Tamam lan. Ama bir de bu parayı sana vereyim ben. Allah Allah. Doğru değil mi oğlum? Doğru değil mi? Kazan kazan. Ahmet kazması fidyeyi almış gitmiş. Ahmet. Fidyeyi almış, bırakmamış buraya. Arıyorum, cevap vermiyor. Bir şey yapar mısın ya? Var. Öbürleri orada değil, hakem de çağırıyor. Götünü yırtık korkuyor.
Niye almadan gidiyor?
Ne?
Niye almadan gidiyor?
Ben sizi bırakıyorum diyor. Valla.
Yok, tamam.
Bunları kaldırmıyoruz değil mi? Yok yok. Gel buraya git. Ortamın başına bak. Buradakiyle ne topluyorsun? Ben sahanın ortasına doğru geldim mi hortumu yavaş yavaş çek oraya topla.
Welcome back to day 2, our first tie of the day from the round-robin Group 4 women's action. Morocco, the 8 seeds, taking on Thailand, the 12th seeds. Morocco won the first rubber, the first match of the day, 6-3, 1-6, 7-5, courtesy of a Samira Benici win, the world number 39, off that career high, hitting the ball beautifully, just finding an edge past her Thai opponent. But now, the battle of the number 1s in singles. Sakon Kanthasit, the world number 25, 52-year-old left-hander, takes on Najwa Awane, 26-year-old right-hander, world number 30. So an all top 30 clash, lefty-righty encounter. And this one, well, again, no head-to-head record between them. It's the first encounter between the two, so they don't know what to expect. But this lady here in your picture, very, very decorated. World number 25, as I say, has been as high as 6 in the world back in 20 years ago, back in February 2004. And she's a silver medalist in the 2004 Paralympic Games in Athens. And indeed, that's 20 years since Sakon helped Thailand win their only Paralympic medal. So she's extremely experienced, been around, seen it all, done it all, got the T-shirt. But yesterday, she lost out in a tight one, 6-2, 6-4 to France's number 1, Pauline Deroled, the Parisian, after an hour and 41 minutes. So Sakon Kanthasit will be hoping to turn it around and get some traction for her Thai team that she's done so much over the years, and see if she can get a win here and level the tie. They are a match down, the Thai team, so a lot of work to be done. They're 0 from 4 in the last 2 days so far. They need a win desperately. Having said that, Tipak Sorn Singal just took a set off of the Moroccan number 2, unable quite to get across the line against Samira Benici. But let's see how this one will unfold. She takes on the Moroccan. At the top of your picture does Sakon, Najwa Awane. As I say, 26-year-old, world number 30. Has been 1 spot higher, world number 29 in December of last year. She was a former junior number 13 in the world, was Najwa, back in August 2016. And she's 7 career singles titles to her name. There is the winner of the previous match, Samira Benici, just enjoying some well-earned rest and, of course, texting her friends back home, I'm sure. Yeah, so here's the player, Najwa Awane, with 7 career singles titles. Most recently, she won the Moroccan Open, beating the player you just saw, Samira Benici, in the final on clay in Casablanca, late April. So just weeks ago that was. And indeed, 6 of her 7 career titles have come on clay. Wow, that's a bird's eye view from up there. And what great camera work with the zoom lens. So they came through the BNP Paribas World Team Cup African qualifying event in February in Abuja in Nigeria. And Najwa from Morocco won 3 of her 4 women's singles matches. She's the reigning African Paralympic Games gold medalist from last year. There's Najwa Awane, gaining experience, but just 26 years of age. Exactly half the age of this experienced veteran, 52-year-old Sakon Kanthasit, who, as I say, is a decorated Paralympian. So remember the Thai result, their best result was a bronze medal showing here in Antalya back in 2010, the first of 4 occasions that Turkey have hosted the World Team World Group. So they enjoy this venue, the Thais, but of course they're only a 2-woman team. So they've got no other resource to draw on, which means that the 52-year-old is under a lot of physical pressure over the course of this 3-match group situation. There's only 2 of them. That is grueling. especially in the heat of the Turkish sun on the hard, well, the tough clay courts. They're rigorous, and it becomes a very physical, attritional battle very often, as we just saw. The opening match lasted 2.5 hours.
Between to the right of the chair, Morocco represented by Najwa Awanem. To the left of the chair, Thailand, represented by Shakul Kantasit. The best of 3 tiebreak sets. Morocco won the toss and they're to receive.
Morocco won the toss, electing to receive, as you heard from the chair umpire. But it falls on this lady, the left-hander, Sakon Kanthasit, to see if she can level the tie here. It's a must-win match as far as their plight in the group is concerned. Having lost 3-love to France yesterday, the Thais have it all to do. Can they salvage some pride and dignity, having done so well to come through the Asian qualification in mid-March to get here?
30 seconds.
And how will her body react to what was quite a tough match yesterday in that loss to Pauline Deroulede? The court has been beautifully groomed and doused in water. As you see, it's got a darker shade of terracotta. It'll lighten up as the sun has its way, and the wind is has picked up as well, as you can see in the parasols courtside. It really is quite blustery out here. But of course, the venue that we're at, Megasarai, is coastal and very familiar with winds blowing off of the sea locally. But it's a beautiful resort. This just 3 kilometers from the hotel where they're staying in Belek. Officials courtside enjoying the warmth. 24 degrees or so locally. Temperatures up to 28 degrees on Friday, we're told. It is beautiful. Perfect playing conditions around these parts. And the hustle and bustle around 20 match courts today is unfolding. Here we go then, the start of the second match of this opening tie, with Morocco 1-love up over the Thais in this race to 2 to win the tie. Can this veteran left-hander keep the Thais in it? Sakon Kanthasit to get this one underway, in the company of Paul Hand. Hopefully this will be as exciting as the opener.
Love 15. Out.
Just 5 world ranking spots separating these two, favouring the left-handed Thai player. 25 in the world against the world number 30. Heaps of experience, but can she bring it to bear here? That's a lovely return of serve just inside the baseline. Firmly struck from Najwa. He's won 18 matches this year, lost only 9 as the server, but yet to win a clay match. Brilliant. What a wonderful redirection off that versatile forehand. She's won 79 career singles titles, including 2 this year. Pretty much all of them on a hard court, just 1 on an indoor carpet court. So she very much prefers a hard court.
Out. 40, 30.
On her route through the Asian qualification mid-March. She won all 3 singles matches. Started playing wheelchair tennis at the age of 32.
Out. Game Thailand.
Solid service hold from Sakon Kanthasit. She'll be delighted to get her scoreboard moving as she heads back to the chair and grab a quick swig. It's so important to keep the body hydrated in these warm conditions. And sensibly playing with the cap on as well, just to deflect some of the strength of the heat. Rather like Stefan Houdet, likes to play with a non-racket hand with a glove to stop the resistance on the push rims of the chair. Now here we go then, Najwa Awane to get her campaign underway. First match for her in Megasalai. Always takes a little while for a right-hander to settle to playing the quirks of a left-hander.
On base, 15-0.
Over the course of the next week, so many of the world's best wheelchair tennis players showcasing their skills here, making this one of the leading team tournaments in the world, set to inspire the next generation of players just starting out in their journey in the sport. The juniors are here as well, 8 teams in the junior event, 8 in the quad event, 12 in the women's event, and 16 teams in the men's event. It's a colossal wheelchair event on an industrial scale almost. Now, little upper hand here for the returner. First serve required from Najwa.
On base, 15-40.
Something troubling her by the seams of that kind of reaction, not just the 2 break points. Perhaps pained by something. She doesn't look herself at the moment. 2 break points for the tie number 1, 15-40. Super length serve from the Moroccan number 1, who's amassed 10 wins on tour this season at the expense of just 6 losses, so 66% win rate. On clay, she's 3-0, 100% win rate. And on hard, 7-6. So she's had a good season so far. And a little squeal of delight from the server. Knows how dangerous her opponent is and is very respectful. Oh yes, wonderful flat, hard drive up the line from Sakon. It's a raucous affair, isn't it? A lot of yelping already between these two top 30 players. Screams of intensity and intent, both wanting to get inside the other's head. It's stunning, isn't it? Wheeling in for the early return. Read the play so nicely, Sakon. Kanthasit. And what a strike this was. Look how positively she took that. Stripping her opponent of any time and space. And again, another breakpoint opportunity for the Thai number one. How good is that in defense from Najwarawani? Really good effort. Under a lot of pressure again here. It was an excellent forehand wide return from the Thai. Well, that was standout.
Avantage, Morocco.
So important to get an opening service hold and just take root in the tournament. First match, of course, of the tournament for Najwa here, having had the rest day yesterday, whilst France had their way with the Thais, who already sharpened up as a consequence. That's a good service hold for the Moroccan number one. Brings deadlock to the early passages of play. One game apiece. Had to dig very, very deep there and pull that one out of the bag. She was under breakpoint pressure twice. Early ball striking evident from the Thai number one. Wants to take it on. Much prefers a hard court.
Sıfır 15, low 15. Sıfır 30, low 30.
Oh yes, just held onto that ball a little longer, waited for her opponent to commit one way and steered it down the line. Such experience here. Clean, flat ball striking from Sakon. Lost her only clay match this year, yesterday to Pauline Deroled of France, 6-2, 6-4. The server. But, and having said that, when you look at her hard court exposure compared to her clay courts, she's only contested 16 matches throughout her career, won 10 of them, lost 6, played 355 matches.
Good, 15-40. Fault. Game Morocco. 2-1 ileride. Leads to games 1.
Sakun not happy about something here, but the break of serve has been awarded and the score has been called. So Najwa Awane going 2 games to 1 up with the early break of the Thai serve. I think Sakun just gesturing that she heard a net there. So back-to-back games for the Moroccan. Yeah, you could see it deviate off the net. Yeah, I was saying earlier that the Thai number 1 has contested 450 matches on a hard court, won 355 of them, and she's only played 16 matches on a clay court and won 10, lost 6. So, you know, she's so exposed. In Thailand, the default surface is a hard court, a hard sort of cement court, pretty much. Same as most of Asia, to be fair. And not many clay court laid down. So you know, it must have been quite a culture shock to come and play on the clay. And you can see that she's not really adjusting her game style. She plays the way she plays, and that's that. It's quite a flat ball strike from the Thai number 1. And the Moroccan will attempt, I'm sure, to get the ball high out of the strike zone of Sakun and try and get it wide as well and expose her movement a little at 52 years of age. You'd imagine that would be the tactical ploy. She's half the age of her opponent today, is the Moroccan number 1. And you'd imagine she'd take great delight in wheeling around all over that baseline. So she's got the mini break, the Moroccan number 1. Can she hold on? 2-1.
From Love 15.
But the problem that she's got, and the challenge for Najwa, is that this experienced veteran likes to take the ball very, very early. And on that basis, she'd be sensible to serve wide if she can, to get her opponent off the court quickly.
Out.
Oh, it was a glorious strike, just spilling long.
First service. Sıfır 40. Love 40.
Well, all of that good work to break the Thai serve, but now she's back under pressure again here with 3 break points to defend. Najwa Awani, who won the Morocco Wheelchair Open last month. Also titles in Casablanca, Nairobi.
Fault.
6 of her 7 titles have come on this surface.
Fault. Game Thailand.
Well, a bit of a limp double fault there to hand the momentum back to Sakun Kanthasit. She concedes her second service game to Love. And we're locked in at 2 games each out here in this second match. A bit of a head scratcher, that one.
15-0, 15 love.
So the world number 25 will be keen to play this match on her terms. She wants to keep the ball low, flat, fast. That's how she rolls.
On 15-0. Fault.
Clever point from both players. Sakon having the last laugh in that one. Najwa yet to lose a match on clay this year. She's 3-0 in wins with that title in Casablanca, beating the Moroccan number 2 to the spoils. Won the title without losing a set. That was a stunning backhand winning return, hit with ferocity and intent.
Good, 30-40.
Another break point here for Najwa Awani. Just taking her time, going to the towel, giving her opponent plenty of time to think and mull over the situation. That's a lovely deep serve, though. Just trying to gee herself up and get her game where she needs it. This tense, top-tier encounter.
Avantage, Morocco.
Well, just frustrated at decelerating through the contact point. Really needs to get that rev level up, the server. And the height over the net as well. The net's claimed several of those serves. That is the perfect drop shot. And a brilliant break back for Najwa Awani. And she now leads by 3-2 with this fine, sumptuous drop shot. Look at that. A drop shot, normally a good one, would land 3 times in the service box. That one landed about 10 times in the service box. Really excellently taken from Najwa Awani. So it's been a highly competitive opening set between these two. You can just sense the intent from both of them, trying to bring their best. Najwa trying to gee herself up. Sakon just trying to get herself that little bit more comfortable in the chair so she can bring her best. There's been a few double faults too many so far from the world number 25, former world number 6, of course. A long time ago now, 20 years ago, back in February 2004, but it doesn't matter. That experience is there. It's amassed. She has played so many situations like this. Umpire having a word. Now that Dumby, the vibration dampener, is best pressed tight up to the bottom string there so that it doesn't go flying out of the racket mid-rally. as so often happens with the vibration dampeners. So she's a break of serve down right now, is Sakon. Can she make amends? She needs to do so quickly against this clay courter who loves the surface with 6 titles on it.
So from 5, love 15.
Well, many might suggest, why doesn't Sakon play with a little bit more height and spin? Classical clay court style, but she's very good at what she does, and she doesn't need to kind of make those adjustments. She feels comfortable playing her hard court style on a clay court. But of course, it's all about percentage, and that's what the height gives you, as well as spin. A glorious backhand return down the line from Sakon Kanthasit. More of them are required for her.
Out.
Yeah, she wants that checked, I think. It was very, very close, and a player of this experience often knows when they've got it right. She might have kissed the line, you know. The umpire's down, checking the mark. No, it has been indicated as long, just by a little. The point awarded to Morocco. A Moroccan that was number 13 in the world as a junior back in August 2016, and then she vaulted up to the top 50 the following year, ending 2017 in the senior ranks at 45 in the world. Never really looked back from then. She has fallen out of the top 50 in 2019 and 2022, but now very much back in it as a top 30 player.
30, 40.
Well, serve in wheelchair tennis is nowhere near as dominant as it is in able-bodied, for obvious reasons. You're hitting the contact point from a lot lower down, and also particularly on a clay court where the surface is slow, it's hard to get so much penetration and impact with a weighty serve. So another break point here for Sakon. And a double fault comes. Both in charitable mood in that regard.
3 games all.
So deadlock through the belly of this opening set. 3 games all to play for. Thailand desperate for a win in the round robin situation, having lost 3-love to France. Sakon in a hurry to get the wheels on. Something blowing around from the Moroccan side of the umpire's chair.
Play. Out. 15-0, 15-love.
You can sense the tension, can't you? First match of the tournament for Najwa, making a 2024 debut in the World Team Cup and wanting to do it in winning style.
Service. 40-0. 40 love. Out. 45, 40-15. Game Thailand.
Well, a wonderful wide ace at
Thailand
40-15 to decide the game from
It's 4
Sakon
games to 3.
Kanthasit, which is out to a 4-3 lead with back-to-back games then from the Thai #1. Using all of her experience to turn and twist this opening set her way at the moment. Sakon Kanthasit will be feeling very secure in her game, having amassed almost 80 career singles titles, but as I say, never won on a clay court. Not really contested many clay court tournaments, to be fair, throughout her career. It's a surface that she's avoided on a regular basis. As I say, she's only contested 16 clay court matches in the entirety of her rich, long, decorated career, Sakon Kanthasit. So this is a new dynamic, relatively, for her, and it would be a good win to oust the world number 30, despite being 5 spots higher in the world rankings on this surface. The Moroccan serving 3-4 first set. Morocco, remember, in the tie are 1 love up in the race to 2 to win it. Look how clever that was, improvising with great hand skills there, Sakon, to just drizzle that backhand angle for a winner. Najwa didn't really see this one and get any traction towards it. So the court has been heavily doused in water prior to the match, and you can see after just 7 games it's pretty much dry already. Oh, that's a wonderful spiky ace down the tee in response from the Moroccan #1. Impeccable accuracy and spin on that serve. And again, how about that? Back-to-back aces, just a measure of how good she is when she's on with her rhythm.
Out. 30-30. 30 all.
Opting to just stretch her back out after that backhand miss. But she was rushed into error there.
Out. 30-40.
Furious at that miss. It looked academic, didn't it? So suddenly, from 30 love advantage, she finds herself in a perilous breakpoint down situation. Oh yes, read the play so nicely, did Sakorn. She greets that break of serve with a little roar herself.
5 games to 3.
Pushes out to a 5-3 lead here. The Moroccan will be upset with that game, having had a couple of aces to open it. That's a terrific return game, though, from the Thai number 1. She's waiting for the balls to be rolled down to her end as she grabs moments to think. And she'll do something that she's done a lot throughout the course of her experienced career and attempt to serve out this opening set.
So from base, now 15.
Yeah, keen strike off the backhand from the Moroccan. She'd make a good poker player, wouldn't she, Sakorn? Kanthasit. Untypically Thai, really. Normally the Thais are very open-faced and smiling, beaming with warmth. Sakorn's got her business face on, that's for sure.
Fault.
I don't know about the serve rhythm, though. It has been a little up and down throughout this set. The rest of her game off the floor has been pretty intact, but the serve rhythm, erratic at the moment. Room for improvement, as it used to stay on my school report. Could do better.
Out. 15-30. 15-30.
Very good second serve there.
Otuz 30 on.
A little too greedy at 30 all, wasn't it? You need a high percentage point, but the idea was clever, not the execution from the Thai. And suddenly Sakorn Kanthasit is under pressure again when she's serving for this opening set at 30-40 now.
Out.
Dealt with the situation nicely.
Deuce.
A little rush of blood from Najwa. That's a glorious off forehand winner. So well taken. Majwa Awani. Look at that. Vicious racket head speed, uncoiling those shoulders so fast. Second break point of the game then for Najwa. Oh, she's done it again. And listen to that reaction. She's delighted with that. She really can turn it on when she wants. She breaks back just in the nick of time in this tight opening set. And denies Thailand a victory in it. So she's trailing 4-5 right now, is Najwa Awani. Well, in the women's event elsewhere, Germany with a 1-love lead over Japan.
Time.
Great Britain leading Brazil 1-0 as well. Colombia up a rubber against Switzerland as well. That's all happening around the grounds, along with plenty of men's, quad and junior matches going on simultaneously as well. It's just a frenzy, a bonanza of wheelchair tennis everywhere you turn.
15 love.
Well, she's got that luxury of being able to wallop down a big accurate serve to get cheap points. As Najwa, who sits just a little taller than her opponent in a chair. But look at the quality of return from the Thai number 1. No nonsense there. Forehand is deadly. How good is that? Again, we've seen her improvise really well on that high ball situation off the backhand wing. And just steer it to a really awkward part of her opponent's court. Now, she might not have been able to serve out the opening set, but she's looking keen to break serve to do just that.
Ball. Out.
Oh, that was unlucky, wasn't it? She read the play.
30 on.
Just too much of an injection of power from Najwa, rendering it uncontrollable. But she's got to be careful here, the Moroccan, because the tie is just 2 points from securing this opening set.
Good. 30-40.
There's the deadly forehand, and with it, after 40 minutes, comes the opening set, the way of Sakon Kanthasit of Thailand. The experienced veteran, the 52-year-old left-hander, world number 25, is halfway home to victory. In this match anyway, trying desperately to level the tie if she can win one more set. She lost to Pauline Deruled yesterday, 2-4. But today, she's a set up against the world number 30, and that feels good. Well, they do a great job, don't they, the grounds crew, when you consider that there's 20 match courts in action right now. One of them on the phone as he's brushing or dragging the court. Several ways of doing it. And the court had a real heavy dousing of water between matches. You wouldn't know it right now until you cast your eyes to say top left or right. But it gets cut up pretty quickly with these guys throwing themselves around in their chairs at speed. And this, of course, is the first tie of the day. Full Hand taking you through it, where Morocco are a match to the good, but Thailand are set up in the second match. Each team needs 2 match wins to win the overall tie. So at the moment, should this momentum continue for the Thai number 1, Sakon Kanthasit, we might be going the way of the doubles to decide it. Yeah, so they don't bother cleaning the lines of the doubles court at this stage. I don't think it's just the singles lines that are pretty much important. But a court that, under the warmth around these parts, the court gets pretty dusty pretty quickly. Antalya, of course, often referred to as the Turkish Riviera due to its breathtaking scenery and luxurious resorts, of which the players are staying at one in Belek, the Mega Saray resort in Belek. Absolutely beautiful. Hosts plenty of tennis courts itself, actually, as well as some of the world's most stunning beaches and a lovely warm Mediterranean climate that Antalya enjoys. Seen as the capital of tourism in Turkey, located on Anatolia's southwest coast, bordered by the Taurus Mountains. It's the largest Turkish city, Antalya, on the Mediterranean coast outside the Aegean region, with over 2.6 million people in its metropolis. So it's a big holiday destination. It's Megasaray. And I'm sure the players will be enjoying their stay, though preparing ultimately to bring their very best to the match court. Our players have left the court for a bathroom break, change of attire. But it's been a good tie, this one, a fun watch. And following this, we'll be bringing you France against Austria in men's round robin group 4. Najua's back, hopping into place. And of course, in terms of sort of formalities, the nomination form for who's going to play must be handed in no later than an hour before the announced starting time. So 10 o'clock start today. That's got to be in by 9 o'clock in the morning to declare who you want to play from a captain's perspective. It's got to be handed to the Thai referee or assistant referee at the venue. Nominations got to include the 2 singles players and a preliminary doubles team, which can change up to 10 minutes after the end of the singles match. But you need to let the referee know who you're going to put in. Players may only be substituted in case of injury or illness. But the order of play generally is out around 6 o'clock in the evening for the following day. And in any case, not later than 8 p.m. Here we go then, starter set number 2. Sakon here, the world number 25, from Thailand as the Thai #1 is a set to the good in this one, hoping to take the tie all the way down to the doubles, which would mean she'd probably get a 30-minute rest because she will be coupling up with her partner Singal
Second set. Service Thailand.
imminently.
Sıfır 15, love 15. Fault.
So each of these teams are allocated a 45-minute warm-up prior to the match. They share their court. But you'd imagine after a couple of days that the Thai team, having only 2 players, that warm-up will be very, very minimal, given how much they have to put their bodies through, particularly at 52 years of age for this veteran left-hander here.
Out. 15-30, 15-30.
And as we progress towards the knockout stages, Saturday, the 11th of May, we'll host the quad and women's final. And on Sunday, we'll have the juniors and men's final.
Out. 30-30.
So the women's semi-finals will be on the Friday. And afterwards, there's a closing dinner on Sunday, the 12th of May, where the awards will be presented.
Out. 40-30, 40-30.
A little bit of a wayward serve again. He's wasting opportunity to get the upper hand quickly in this second set.
Avantaj Thailand.
Yeah, it just skipped away from her, didn't it? On that second bounce. Najwa so keen to get some early traction in set 2, much needed for her, having lost that opener.
Avantaj Thailand.
Good forcing forehand from Sakorn. It's something that Najwa Awane is really sort of struggling with. The ball just zips through the court pretty quickly, and particularly in the heat as well. And it's a game that transcends well across all surfaces. Despite being her weakest surface or less exposed surface, she plays well on it. Nicely done.
Game Thailand.
Spreading the court beautifully with the wide serve and then the forehand redirection up the line. Sakon Kanthasit leads now a set and a game to the good. Really drawing on the former world number 6's experience in their bid for the title, the Thai team. Making amends, having not won a set off of France yesterday throughout the course of the 3 matches lost. But much better today. It's been a really keen start from Sakon Kanthasit. Can she hold on?
Out. 0-15, love 15.
She's just not fully settled, has she? We've seen glimmers and flickers of brilliance, but nothing sustained enough to really trouble the world number 25. She's been trying to sort of gee herself up and get herself into top gear.
0-30, love 30.
But just those little blips of inconsistency are plaguing her at the moment, Najwa Awani. And sensibly, she just steps off stage momentarily. Heads for the towel. That's more like it.
30.
Fearsome serve and sting.
Otuz, 30 all.
Yeah, good body jamming serve there.
Out. 40-30, 40-30.
Judging from what we have seen, she'd be sensible, Najwa, to direct most of her traffic towards the backhand of Sakon, because the forehand is really quite bossy and dictatorial.
Berabere, 100.
There's another example of exactly what she can do, the left-hander off that forehand wing. You do hear various sort of screams and yelps from adjacent courts.
Fault. Out. Avantaj Thailand. Fault.
Oh, that is so
Not up.
authoritative from Sakon Kanthasit. Really good there. Clean ball striking off of both sides. She gets the early break of serve in the second set and is really motoring right now. 6-4, 2-love to the good. Asserting herself well. Can she hold on here as she pushes out for what would be a really heady lead? Trying her utmost to slam the door on her opponent right now and not allow her back in.
Out. 15-0, 15 love.
Najwa Awane just obliging with a few too many unforced errors. It's getting away from her because of that predominantly. Couple that with some brilliance from the Thai number one as well. And it looks a little lopsided right now.
Out. 30-0, 30 love.
Just hasn't really settled so far today against the left-handed nuances of the world number 25.
Out.
Just got enough height with that backhand, so it made it awkward for Sakon. Well, trying to take it early on that second bounce, just trying to rush her opponent into error, but in so just sort of found the tape herself. This a very important game from Moroccan perspective. That is top draw. What a strike off the backhand return to muscle her way back into this. Now, can she make something of it and win the big point? Oh yes, quickly reads the situation. What a response. It was a clever little dig, nice and short, but good first push from the Thai number one. Oh, it skipped under her racket. Must have taken her eye off the ball. But luckily, sees the funny side of that one. Didn't Najwa Awane do well there? At her scrambling best, making that extra ball. And with it, she's been rewarded with a second break point.
Fault. This much.
Excuse me. A lucky little shank there from the Thai in defense. Back to deuce we go. Oh, a lucky nibble off the top of the net cord, favouring the Thai number one. And another point for a set 3 love. Great length from Najwa. She's not done with this game just yet. She knows how imperative this is. If she lets her opponent run out to a 7-3 love, this is pretty much done, given the quality and experience of the former world number 6 serving.
Avantaj.
Super forehand down the line. Good work with the chair, just assembling her body position into the right place. Vicious racket head speed.
Hold.
Well, she's got a mark and she did stop play. So the umpire will get down to confirm it, I'm pretty sure. She's rung it with her racket. Now hold on a minute. It's close. Closer than she thought. Now I was obscured from his gesture there. Was he pointing wide? I think he was, you know. If so, back to deuce we go.
Berabere. Düz.
Another super return from Najwa Awane, who's grappling so hard to get this very important game.
Out. Berabere. Düz.
It's a game style that she's found very, very tricky to date from the veteran player.
Out. Avantaj Thailand.
And with that forehand miss, another point to extend her lead for the tie.
Berabere. Düz.
Yeah, good depth with the forehand there from Sakorn. Just tangling Najwa as she did a 360 to only be confronted with another ball landing right at the wheels of her chair. And that's a fine ace to cement a match that's heavily leaning the way of the Thai #1 right now. A 7-3 love to the good is Sakorn Kanthasit, world number 25. Things really looking up for her. So this one, heavily weighted in the way of the Thai #1. If she can get across the line, it's going to come down to the women's doubles up next after this. But on a clay court, as we've seen so much in able-bodied and wheelchair tennis over the years, it is very tough to sustain momentum sometimes because the nature of the surface, it's gritty, you don't get a lot of pace to play with, and sometimes the easy can look pretty difficult. But we will see. If anybody you would put your money on, the former world #6 to probably take advantage of this heady lead. She's assumed a generous measure of command here, Sakorn. Can she see it off now? She's looked a little wobbly today. And there's Najwa Awani. And a little vulnerable. How will she respond to being right down on the scoreboard?
Fault. 0-15, love 15. Love 30. Second service.
Well, she really needs to get some traction right here. Najwa. Serving at the tougher of the two ends, staring into the dazzling sun with the ball toss. Never easy. And she yields again. Another untimely double fault to put herself love 40 down. That's the deadly forehand. Thailand break the Moroccan serve again, and Najwa Awani looking really, really upset with herself in a difficult predicament right now. And the Thai number one, just a couple of games away from what would feel like a very sweet victory. And only her 17th on a clay court in her career.
So from Besh, love 15. Left, first service.
Lovely fluidity to that from Sakon. Just glided over there into that backhand, and sweet timing on arrival. Look at this. Really well taken. Just nudges that up the line. Pretty flat, but very effective.
Out. 30-15. 30-15.
Yeah. Very positively struck, wasn't it? The off forehand winner hit with such ferocity, really uncoiling the shoulders very, very fast. Generous racket head speed there. And how often do you see that, folks, when a player is kind of, the shower's almost running, they feel they're done and dusted, but as we say, a fish fights hardest when it gets to the boat. And right now, Najwa is that fish. Swinging out with abandon. And she breaks the Thai serve just in the nick of time to get some late traction in this must-win set from her perspective. But it's still Sakon Kanthasit that leads the set and 4-1 now. Just so good at improvising. That's the takeaway from this match, isn't it? When she's under pressure, Sakon Kanthasit can just conjure some magic from nowhere, seemingly.
Let second service. Out. 0-30. Now 30. Now 40.
Another wonderful strike from the racket of the Thai number 1. Opting to play back behind there. Knew her opponent would be fast recovery back into the court.
Let. Court service.
Despite that keen break back of the Thai serve just moments ago, the Moroccan unable seemingly to hold on to momentum.
Out. Yang Thailand.
It's all unraveling for Najwa Awani. And now you sense that the experienced left-handed veteran, the world number 25, who'd been a former top 10 player 20 years or so ago, is just moments away from sweet victory and extending the Thai push into what would be a deciding doubles. Set and 5-1. Sakon Kanthasit leading the way. What character she's shown, having the Moroccans win their opening match with Samira Benici. Yeah, well placed.
15-0, 50 love.
An opener that lasted 2.5 hours. This one has been going for 1 hour and 17 minutes itself.
Out. 30-0, 30 love.
It's been one of those days for Najwa Awani. She's not really enjoyed herself out on centre court. But one person who has enjoyed it is the server.
Otuz 15, 30-15. Out. 40-15, 40-15.
On the cusp of victory then, Sakon Kanthasit with 2 match points.
40-30, 40-30.
Not so fast, says Najwa. But it's just been a little too erratic today from her.
Fault.
Oh, she's made it. Saved a second match point. And is still afloat, albeit hanging by a thread. This is a wonderful approach, hit with such pace, and a lovely little half volley pickup.
Out. Avantaj Thailand.
Third match point for Sakon.
Berabere. Deuce.
Good forcing return of serve. Good energy from Najwa. Oh, that's a brilliant forcing back behind from Sakon Kanthasit.
Game. Second match Thailand. 2-0 setlerle.
Former world number 6, Sakon Kanthasit,
6-1.
and current world number 25, tames the player half her age. Comes through 6-4, 6-1 after an hour and 20 minutes, needing 4 match points. It was much tougher than the scoreline suggested, but a performance imbued with utter conviction and self-belief from Sakon Kanthasit. And the Thais take the second match, and with it extend the tie into the deciding doubles we will go. Locked in at 1 apiece. A strong performance from the veteran left-hander to keep the tie alive and kicking. So it'll be down to the doubles, which I would imagine will be over half an hour or so away. But it should be an absolute belter. And of course, we will get to see Sakon in action with Tipak Soren. And there we are, we heard that, didn't we? 3:10 local time is when they'll be doing it, 30 minutes time. 3:10 local time in Turkey. And that'll be an absolute belter, no doubt. Because the Moroccans will have their doubles player take to the court in Ibtissam Batar. The Moroccan will be playing with Najwa Awane in doubles. So it'll be interesting to see with a fresh player on court how they go against the experienced Thais. Anyway, do join us for that. We're locked in this tie. Morocco, the 8th seeds, are dead level, 1-1 against Thailand, the 12th seeds, in this battle of round robin group 4. Don't go too far. Speak to you shortly in 30 minutes or so. Time for a cup of tea.
hayırdır dışı?
Sizin buralarda mı? Böyle. Komple.
Takılmasın diye.
Yok ya takılırız. Şimdi koyduk annemi.
elle koyuyor.
Şeylerden top toplayıcılar.
Welcome back to our deciding doubles then in this round-robin Group 4 women's match between Morocco, the 8th seeds, and Thailand, the 12th seeds. Player on the left is new, Ibtisam Batar, world number 112 off a career-high ranking with the headscarf, will be playing alongside Najwa Awaini in doubles for Morocco, and they'll be taking on these two. Sakon Kanthasit, fresh from her singles win over Najwa just half an hour or so ago, 6-4, 6-1 to level the tie. They're playing alongside Tipaksorn Singao. So this is it then, deciding doubles shootout to see who comes through this first tie on centre court on day 2 of 6 in this BNP Paribas World Team Cup from the Megasarai Tennis Academy. Umpire just awaiting the roll-on of the tie tandem. And then we can get the warm-up underway.
Hello, ladies. Second, for balls in play, the ball change because it is 10 points match tiebreak. I just want you, if you want me to check your mark, stop and call me to check your mark. Any questions? This is tails and this is heads. Tails. Heads. Receive. Have a good match.
Najwa Awaini, as she did in singles, electing to receive serve first for the green team, the Moroccan outfit, heading off to the right of the umpire's chair, or top of your picture, eminently. Up against these two, who will gain no rest over the next few days. They'll be up against it. Only a two-pair team, or two-player team, I should say. Sakon Kanthasit, in the left of your picture, the world number 34 in women's doubles with 68 career doubles titles to her name. She's a former top 10er in doubles as well as 6 in singles is Sakon. She was 9th in the world in May 2004. But here's the new addition to the Moroccan team, Ibtisam Batar, who's the double specialist coming in, ranked off a career high 112 in the world. Be interesting to see how she goes today alongside her partner. She's 43 years of age, is Ibtisam, and will enjoy playing with Najwa Awaini with her aggressive game style, no doubt about that. Fans enjoying the breeze because it's very warm locally here in Antalya. And there is the Moroccan pairing, who have played together just the once. They lost in the semi-finals of the Moroccan Wheelchair Open in Casablanca. But it's always difficult when you come in as a double specialist because you've not had that singles match to sort of just get the feel for the court, the situation, the clay, the live dynamic. It's going to be interesting to see how the 43-year-old sort of deals with that kind of pressure, because these two are really sharp. And to be honest, Tipaksorn Singao only just lost narrowly in that opening 2.5-hour 3-setter in her singles match. On the bottom left of your picture, against Samira Benici. She's the player rested for Morocco, and a well-earned rest that is. She did her job, her day is done. She's now going to leave it to the double specialist and the Moroccan number 1. Najwa Aweni is ranked 38 in doubles and 30 in singles. So very good doubles ranking, plenty of experience as we head towards the back end of this warm-up. Now, what about these two? The younger of the two, 34-year-old right-hander, is ranked 91 in women's doubles, 95 in singles. Has been as high as 67 in doubles back 3 years ago in 2021 for Thipaksorn Singao. And of course, her very experienced partner alongside Sakorn Kanthasit is, as I say, loaded with 68 doubles titles. So the most experienced player on the court is Sakorn, the long hair from Thailand. Left-hander, so these two are lefty-righty combination, always difficult to kind of get used to, because when the right-hander's hitting the ball, or serving in particular, the ball will be bending in one way, and when the left-hander takes to serve, it'll be coming the other way. So for these two, it's very difficult to get any sort of return rhythm. We saw a lot of encouraging signs from Najwa Aweni in her singles match. It was a lot closer than 6-4, 6-1 suggested. She saved 3 match points in an hour and 20 minutes.
Setlerde eşlik olması durumunda karşılaşmanın galibini 10 puanlık maç talibiyle belirleyecek. Sandalyenin sol tarafında Tayland'dan Sakorn Kanthasit ve Thipaksorn Singkaev. Sandalyenin sağ tarafında pas adına Najwa Aweni ve İbtisam Batar.
Ibtisam Batar normally plays doubles with Samira Benici. She's being rested today in favour of Najwa Aweni as the strongest doubles and singles player that Morocco have.
1 dakika, 1 minute.
Ibtisam, finalist in Casablanca in the Moroccan Open on the 27th of April. Losing out to her partner today with her Austrian partner, Christina Pessendorfer, at the time. It was a close final, 6-1, 6-2 they went down, but this time has the luxury of playing alongside her. So they're both confident in each other's abilities, and it'll be really interesting to see who can make a fast start here and how well Thipaksorn Singao responds and tries to put the wheels back on after what was a loss to Pauline Deroulede in the singles yesterday to France, 6-2, 6-4, and a loss just now in a close, hard-fought 7-5 in the third to Samira Benici. So the Moroccans are fresh, but might be slightly nervous because it's the first showing on centre court for Ibtisam Batar. How much energy do the Thais have left in the tank? Second consecutive tie for them, having lost 3-love to France yesterday. You do sense that France are out and away the strongest team in Group 4 and expected to qualify for the semi-finals by winning the group. It'll be interesting to see how Morocco go against them tomorrow. So here we go then. 1-1 in the overall tie. It's this doubles to decide who wins it. How will the newcomer to court on the left respond? They've opted to return serve first. Sakorn Kanthasit to get us underway.
Love 15.
Well, yesterday in doubles, these two lost very, very closely.
On 15. At 30-15, 30-15.
Beg your pardon, I was reading the wrong result. The French got hammered the Thais in doubles yesterday. 6-love double bagel for these two. After just an hour and 12 minutes, they got thrashed by Xenia Chastal and Charlotte Fairbank of France. What a showing by those two. So they won't be coming in with much confidence at all. They'll need a fine start to elevate their confidence levels. Yeah, didn't quite do enough with that one there, did she, Batar? And it's a hold of serve for the Thai tandem. Pretty quickly as well. There you go, 1-love to the good. With some fine tennis. It's a high five to start with, just to get their energy levels right back up. They've just had a fast lunch, these guys, and they're back at it, particularly the Thai veteran, the 52-year-old Sakon Thasit. It's a fast turnover, just a half hour off court and then back to business.
Service Pasadena Najwa Awan. On met 15.
Well, understandably, quite a lot of the return of serve traffic being directed to the newcomer to the court, Ibtisam Batar. That is an outstanding backhand return from the left-hander on court. Building on that confidence engineered with the singles win at just the expense of 5 games moments ago. Hour and 20, all she needed. Good serve. It's a wonderful high shot from Tipaksorn. You'd imagine be feeling a little bit hard done by, having invested 2.5 hours of energy into a 5-7 in the third loss in her opening singles. So Thailand break the Moroccan #1 serve and head out to a decent 2-love lead in this deciding doubles. And you sense already there are a few jangling nerves in Issam Batar's game. Hasn't yet settled. So the serve of Tipaksorn Singao to come. Ranked 91 in the world in doubles, has been top 70. But in preparation for this event, they've already won a title together, these two, this year. That was in the Futures event in Spad, playing together. And that will have done the world of good for their confidence.
15-15. 15 all.
Just hasn't settled yet, has she? She is really quite nervy. Never easy when the cameras are on and you're trying to play well in front of fans back home, everybody watching, the media spotlight. You've got to settle down and do the basics as best you can. Watch the ball closely. Easier said than done sometimes. Now for these two, the tournament win was on the 12th of March, just a couple of months ago in Pattaya City. They beat an Indian-Australian pair in their first round, Love and Love, and then 2-love against an Australian Thai pairing, and then beat a couple of Thais in the final as well, 11-2. So just dropping no more than 2 games every match in that tournament win. Futures level event on a hard court, but more importantly, playing beside each other. So important, as they did in the Asian qualification en route here as well. So it's all Thailand at the moment.
Thailand leads 3 games to love.
They're motoring through the opening set here with good energy. The team in blue, 3-love lead for Team Thailand. Incidentally, our next tie on this court is a men's round-robin group 4 between France, the 4th seed, and Austria, the 8th seeds in the event. France with a very strong combined ranking of 27 amongst their 2 singles players, courtesy of the world number 7 these days, Stefan Houdet. But I can tell you that they have started their match, because this match is dragging a little, they've started their match out on court 1 as we speak, and Lager Willem is up 5-2 against Martin Legner of Austria. So France with a 5-2 lead in their second singles, and well, should it all link into place at the end of this doubles match, we'll hopefully get to see the French number 1 in action, and certainly if not in singles, then definitely in doubles in Stefan Houdet. So the France-Austria men's match is out on court 1 right now. They'll move courts when this match finishes so that we can get it on TV. Little squeal of delight from the Moroccan number 1, Najwa. She's trying to G up her team a little. She's always fairly vocal when we're playing. So important that the leader in the pack brings the energy. Now, what would do the server in Ibitsam Batar, the world of good, is holding on to her serve, and imagine if she could do so to Love, then we'd have a contest on our hands. That was a well-struck backhand, skidding through the service line.
Oh. What is on the 30-15?
quite able to control that backhand
30-30. 30.
on arrival.
That's good. And 42.
It's good. It's all nine. Yeah.
Umpire just confirming the ball landed on the line and the players were aware of it. So 40-30 is the score.
Thailand.
Well, it was actually break point. And it looks like another concession of serve, this time for Miss Batar. Awane doing the same in her opening service game as well. So they are right up against it, 4-love down with it all to do. And Team Thailand have grabbed the reins of control here. And so after the first rotation of serve, we go back round to seeing Sakon Kanthasit serve for the second time in the match with a heady 4-love lead. The shackles are off. And they'll be swinging freely, no doubt about that. Look at that, so assertive, so assured, getting up the court with real zest there. Yeah, well-muscled return from Najwa Awane.
15. Out. 30-15, 30-15.
Good leave from Sakon. So 2 points for a 5-love lead after almost a quarter of an hour of action out here. It's been no nonsense from Sakon Kanthasit and Tipakson Singal. They are flying through this opening set. Doing a great job, and their support camp courtside, it's thumbs up from them, all smiles. And you think, cast your mind back to the top of the tie, where after 2.5 hours they'd lost that opening singles and they were looking quite downbeat. Then on came Sakon Kanthasit for her singles match to turn the tie back to neutral, level the tie, and then suddenly now, what a massive turnaround. They are almost a setup, almost a bagel setup out here. Nice deep in conversation with Ibtsaman. Just probably trying to get her just to relax a little more and free off. Perhaps telling her to go back to basics, keep it easy, just try and clear the net. You know, we've all had to do that before under tight situations. When you're nervous, just go back to basics and literally just try and clear the net with the tennis ball. Take on the first obstacle.
0-5, love 15.
Now, if they can just get a game in this opening set, it'll allow them a little bit of sort of moral support heading into the second set, you'd imagine. Should they lose this first?
Out. On 15.
Super wide serve from the Moroccan number one. Really got hold of that. Yeah, good leave. She's going to have to lead from the front, given the lack of confidence from Ibtisam.
Game boxers. 40-30.
Well, at least they're conversing positively, the team in green. Bit of confusion there. Still with a game point. Can they get some sort of hook into this set? Well, a much better rally, and the Moroccans working hard off the ball there to try and recover court position. That's much better, but they're back to juice in this service game. And you sense if they are ultimately to turn this one around, they do need to get something on the scoreboard right now, because the Thais are rolling away with this pretty quickly. More game point opportunity for Team Morocco.
Beraber ediyoruz. Avantaj Thailand.
And the returns just missed. And back to juice we go in this all-important game. Well, they're doing a very, very sound tactical job on getting as much play towards the more nervier of the two players from Morocco.
Avantage pass.
Good defensive work there from Ibtisam. Really did well, hoisting that backhand defensive shot, making an extra ball. That's what's important, just to find their way into the match. She's gaining in rhythm, slowly but surely, is Ibtisam Batar. Oh yes, great play and a roar of delight from Ibtisam Batar and Najwa Aweni. And they are on the board finally, rewarded for their endeavour. But still, a lot of work to do as far as this opening set is concerned. You feel it's pretty much gone, given the deficit that they are up against right now. But of course, the dilemma they had coming in here was that Batar had really only played doubles with Benici. But of course, you don't want to squander Aweni, your best player. So she had to play doubles, really, Najwa Aweni. But it is evident that they're pretty much a scratch pairing, these two in green, because they have taken a while to twin effectively together. Yeah, it's a beautiful response from Tipakson Singal. Well played there. Just got caught, didn't she? Ibtisam. Wonderful wide serve.
What is the first? It's that one. Nurture up.
Oh yes, a teasing drop shot there that just caused enough confusion amongst the Moroccans. And suddenly, with that momentum, the tie is now with 3 set points. Well, who'd have thought this? 2.5 hours or so ago, when Thailand had lost the opening singles, the number 2s going toe-to-toe. Tipakson had lost to Samira Benici in that long 7-5 in the third. And then suddenly the number 1, Sakon Kanthasit, came back to win the singles. And now, what a turnaround. It's the Thais that have taken the opening set 6-1 inside 25 minutes. Yeah, that was the chair jammer, wasn't it? Got right under her wheels there. Cleverly lofted from Tipak Singao, that one. And there's some of the highlights we're enjoying right now from that opening set. I can tell you that out on court number 1, where we might be bringing the second singles across to our centre court at the conclusion of this doubles, that the French team have put in Guillaume Lager in their first singles, and he is a set-up against Martin Legner of Austria. And after 54 minutes, Lager, the Frenchman, is a 6-2-2 all in that one. Lager, of course, ranked 23 in the world. The French have got all 4 players top 26 ranked, so they've got plenty of depth and strength to their pack. The Austrians have got 3 top 70 players, but Legner ranks 69th in the world. So the French have probably done their homework and opted to put Lager into that one, perhaps knowing that there's a head-to-head advantage, possibly. Anyhow, France looking good in that opening rubber out there on court 1. And as I said, at the conclusion of this doubles match, the France-Austria men's round-robin Group 4 encounter will move across to our centre court for us to enjoy. Well, they're all smiles right now, aren't they? Because Sakon is having a regrip done for her. And the lines have been cleaned after the courts have been dragged, so they won't get any water right now. They'll do that at the end of the tie. But the court's playing very, very well. We've barely seen a bad bounce on it in these opening 2 days of action. 20 match courts loaded with world-class wheelchair tennis matches right now. Wherever you look, it's all unfolding at pace. Plenty of matches all around. Japan are 1-1 with Germany in their women's group match. Great Britain 1-0 up against Brazil. Colombia 2-0 over Switzerland. So pretty much 3 or 4 women's ties on day 2 at the moment. But of course there's another 4 days of this glorious wheelchair tennis bonanza upcoming. So plenty more to enjoy under the Turkish sun. And it has been glorious weather, it really has. So here we go then, the start of the second set. Can Team Morocco turn this one around? It's a must-win set for these two if they're to twist the tie their way. Tie's taking their time, and it's a high 5 for them. They need to keep the intensity right now. And that's something that they had in abundance in that opening set. Twinning just that little bit more efficiently, having played that a little bit more together. These two are a scratch pairing, remember? And you sense that Ibtisam Batar doesn't want to let Najwa Awani down. Just a little confusion about who's commencing the second set with their serve.
No, you will serve because you started the match with serve and it's 6-1. Now it's their turn. Okay.
Yeah, so it's the Moroccans to go again.
Ladies, it's their turn to serve. İkinci set servis Najwa Awani.
Sustaining momentum nicely at the start of set two. The Thais with a very firm off forehand return from the most experienced player on the court. Former world number 9 in women's doubles.
Evet. 0-30, love 13.
Well, she's just got to be a good captain and try and sort of encourage. I'm sure she's trying it, but of course at the same time she's trying to cover 3/4 of the court herself. Is Najwa. Never easy. She's a dominant personality, dominant force on court. But it's kind of pushed her partner into a little bit of a shell, you sense. Three immediate break points then for Sakon and Tipakson.
Thailand.
Well, a soft double fault again from the Moroccan number 1, and well, very unusually, she concedes again on her serve. Now this one is getting away from them pretty quickly as well, seemingly. A set and a game down with it all to do. And the Thais really should be rolling around pretty quickly, but they're just enjoying the scoreboard pressure and taking their time to keep that pressure on their opponents right now. Just kind of let it sink in. But the energy still good and very upbeat, these two, as they have been from the start of the match. Clever play from Najwa Awani there, because the ball was on her forehand. She was kind of wheeling into it with momentum, so she could always get a strong strike there. Her chair skills just that little bit stronger, you sense, at the moment than Ibtisam Batar.
Otuz 15, 30-15.
Brilliant. What a wonderful drop shot off the second serve from the Moroccan number 1. Half chance here then in this return game on the Kantasit return service game. If we could level up here, this would be very, very encouraging. Ball just skidded through the service line there. Never easy when the ball hits the cement of the line and shoots off the glossy paint. Trying to take the return of serve very, very early right now is Najwa. Now then, we've not seen a break point for a long time, and certainly not on the Sakon Kantasit serve. A rare forehand error. Super strong forehand there from Awani. Really got hold of that great depth as well. It's leapt off the court on landing. What a way to save a break point with the ace from the left-hander. Really good. What character she's shown all day. She's been rock-like, hasn't she?
Thailand.
Well, it's an interesting play that from the Thais, because they're going sort of down to that part of the court on a regular basis because they know that Najwa is kind of covering it, but not with effect. That's a wonderful hold from the Thai pairing as they extend their lead now to a 7-2 They've been all business, these two. Relaxed, focused, and brought everything they've needed. Not trying to play above themselves.
Love 50.
Everything today has felt a little bit uphill for Ibtisam Battar. So desperate not to let Najwa Awani down. But in trying so hard, she kind of is. That said, that was a fine serve. More of the same needed if they're to extend their stay in this doubles. Just need something that'll be a nerve settler. Maybe a flamboyant shot or something really out of character just to get her to settle. Oh yes, right towards the bottom of the chair. That was directed beautifully from Tipakson Sangao. This one here, well taken. That's a wonderful volley, and what a reaction from Ibtisam Battar. World number 112 there, played a beautiful point. Fine all-court tennis. So she's back at 30 all. And you would imagine her confidence would go through the roof if she can hold on to her serve.
40-30, 40-30.
Again, another super point from the server here, just getting up quickly to that one, nudging it nice and deep in the court. Irretrievable for the Thais. Cleverly taken, and a real raucous shout of alley from
2-1.
Ibtisam Battar as she holds on to a serve and nibbles away at the scoreboard arrears. That is much better from the Moroccan double specialist. Finally expressing herself and really playing some free swinging tennis. But still they've work to do. A set and 2-1, the Thai pairing lead. Well, we mentioned the match out on court 1, and I can tell you that Guillaume Lager is a game away from victory in the France-Austria men's clash of Group 4. 6-2, 5-3 he leads. Serving for the match right now is Lager. They've been out there for an hour and 10 minutes on court 1. This one, meanwhile, has been out on court for approaching 3/4 of an hour. And the Thais still very much in the driving seat of this deciding doubles. Both pairs with 1 win each. Who will it be in this race to 2? Looking at the moment like it's going the way of the Thais. But does Ibtisam Battar have other ideas? Quite a brilliant slice serve there from Thipakson Singao. There's the value of height on a clay court. You can just jump above a player in a chair. Really tricky. Look at this, straining every sinew. Thipakson nowhere near in the end. Such was the length and height of that drive from the Moroccans. It's brilliant. It's the second ace. She's loving carving around the side of the tennis ball. Is the world number 95 in singles and 70 in doubles. Now then, if you're Ibtisam Battar, you surely move to your right in returning this serve, don't you? Because she aced her twice as the Thai player with the wide serve to the deuce. Well played. Managed to get there that time.
40-30. Thailand.
Thailand
3
hold on
birlerdeler 3 games to 1.
and create a little bit more daylight and comfort blanket in this match with that healthy hold of serve. 6-1, 3-1, they now lead. Quality ball striking from the Thais, putting the balls in awkward parts of the court.
Super 15 love 50.
Never easy, didn't have a lot of pace to play with.
Fault.
There's been a few too many backhand unforced errors, hasn't there, from Batara?
Love 30.
And as you look at this, there's nothing really that you look and think that's going to get the match to change gears in a heartbeat. At the moment,
Fault.
it looks like a foregone conclusion unless one of the Moroccans or both of them simultaneously can ignite and raise their level together.
Fault.
Yeah, and that's just pressure, isn't it? Scoreboard pressure on the shoulders of Najwa Owani,
Super
as it was in
love
singles as well. And the energy has fallen away between them, as has the communication, the Moroccans. That's it. A couple of cheap, quick points like that would do the trick and bring them back into this. 2 more break points for the Thais here.
Otuske. 30, 40.
Looked like she had the measure of this, then suddenly opted to let it go, but I think her partner called pretty loud and put her off there. Miscommunication. Another break point though for the Thais. And that, you'd imagine, given what we've seen so far, ought to be the death knell in this encounter. Thailand now a set and 4-1 to the good, just 2 games away from what would be a very sweet comeback victory in this women's Group 4 tie. They're all over this one and look to be unimpeded at the moment. Meanwhile, out on court 1, as we mentioned before, just keeping abreast of what might be following on here. Willem Laget with a 6-2, 6-4 win over Martin Legner for France over Austria in their first match of the tie. So will they be waiting and bring the second singles match into this court for us to enjoy, or are they cracking on with that one on 1 and we just get the luxury of a doubles? I don't know. Time will tell, no doubt. Referees' decisions to be made. Meanwhile, we'll enjoy the conclusion of this one anyhow, either way.
On ve 0 Bethesda. Super turtle up.
She's been no nonsense today, hasn't she? Playing with military efficiency. Concise take-backs, nothing wasted. Flat strikes, but firm and to the point.
Super Portela.
Yeah, just perhaps being a little greedy there, the left-hander.
Good.
Just wanting to finish in a flurry. There's still a couple of game points here.
Thailand.
Well, this one really is leaning now the way of one nation only, and that nation being Thailand. The two Moroccans haven't really twinned very efficiently today together. They're a scratch pairing. It was a bit of a roll the dice kind of captaincy choice, I guess, because in the player here in your picture, Ibtisam Batar, had never played with today's partner. She'd only really played before with Samira Benici. But today just looked that little bit out of her depth. The world number 112. Returning serve, or serving I should say.
On ve 0. 15. $30. Hurdle.
A ripping winner from the best player on court. She really has owned it out here today, Sakon Kantasit. All of her experience really imposing on the minds of her opponents. It would be quite an upset. The 12th seeds in Thailand downing Morocco, the 8th seeds, and they're only a couple of points away right now. But again, Ibtisam Batar looking keen to put in another promising service hold. Well, she can only chuckle because she's so disappointed and frustrated with that miss. Set the point up beautifully. It was a wonderful volley there, just getting the eldest player on court in a bit of a pickle. Got the short response, but unable to clear the net with that one. Very unlike Najwa. But still another game point for Batar here. Fine serve. So Morocco hold on to another Batar service game and ask the Thais to serve it out at a set and 5-2. Yes, you can serve the match out, suggests the captain. She's played her part alongside the star of the show, hasn't she? Tipakson Singao alongside Sakon Kantasit. What a nice pair they are together, twinning that little bit more efficiently on the day.
Time.
So it will be the least experienced of the Thais to attempt to put this match to bed. The world number 91 in women's doubles. Tipakson Singao to serve for the match.
Super on bench, love 15.
Well, a nervy start there with that double fault. Captain trying to get in her ear and urge her across the line.
On bench. 15. Left, first up.
Yeah, it wasn't easy, was it? Got up so high.
15.
And she's still smiling.
15-30.
But under pressure here, the server, 15-30. There was a look of hesitancy in the camp earlier, wasn't there, when she was kind of like thinking, oh, it's me to serve it out. There's a little bit of a giggle and a joke, and I'm wondering whether the Moroccans had picked up on that vibe, because they're getting their teeth in here. Only been playing wheelchair tennis for 2 years, has the server. It's a big moment, serving for victory. A little too big for her, perhaps.
15-14.
Let's see how she responds here. Got to be aggressive and accelerate that racket head through the serve. Easy from here, difficult down there sometimes. Got to get a sense of perspective, but her partner will be encouraging her, I'm sure. So 2 break back points here then for Morocco. Yeah, good response.
30-40.
Still a break point for the Moroccans. Yeah, wonderful drop shot.
Berabere
Well, the
two.
most experienced player on court, stepping up when she needed to most. And single-handedly hauling the game back to deuce. Look at this timely drop shot off a high ball. That is not easy to do.
Avantage. Thailand.
And after just over an hour, Team Thailand have a match point to win the overall tie. Yeah, wonderful backhand from Najwa Oeni.
Berabere deuce.
Really got hold of that one. The ball landed a little bit too short and she could capitalize with full throttle on that one. So the match point comes and goes. Still just 2 points from victory. But they're going to have to be hard-earned, you sense. The Moroccan challenge has upped a little. Oh, beautifully taken. How's that for a confidence booster? So from match point to break back point. Super play. What a great return game that was from the green-shirted Moroccan duo. Breaking back just in the nick of time. And all Tipaxon can do is just sit and stare in disbelief, having squandered a match point. The Moroccans still in this scrap. Only just. Trailing 3-5, second set now. Meanwhile, the French and Austrians are holding on before they perhaps commit to their next match on court 1. Will they be coming on here next for their second singles? France 1-love up in that tie already. Or are they going to keep going on court 1? Will just be treated to the doubles? Well, we'll find out over time and keep you abreast of what's happening. Didn't really get hold of it. Kind of came through the sun at her, the way that she was looking. And Tipaxon just kind of again decelerated a little. You've got to go out and hunt the ball down with positivity in these kind of moments. It's sometimes really tricky to do with the wrong mindset, that's for sure.
15-40.
Well, a little growl of
15-40.
discontent from the Moroccan there as that one landed plumb on the baseline. Look at this response here from the Thai left-hander right through the glossy paint as the ball just zipped off to the back fence.
Wait, please, wait, please, wait, please. First serve.
So 2 more match points for the Thai pairing at 15-40. Unable to do it on the serve of Thipaksorn. Can they do it now in return?
Off. Oil, set, very much, Thailand.
Well, it's a terrific comeback win for the Thai duo. Really, really tightly contested encounter. And the Thai came down to the deciding doubles after the Thais lost the first single 7-5 in the third, but then won the second single 6-4, 6-1, courtesy of their number one. And then in the deciding doubles, it was a lopsided affair, really favouring the Thais. And they are, at the end of the day, smiling Thais, and they haven't run out of happiness. Really, really good performance from them, coming through 6-1, 6-3 in an hour and 7 minutes. And they are absolutely delighted. Smiles all round, but that was a really hard-earned comeback win. They were really quite downbeat after the loss of their opening singles. Thipaksorn Singhal going down to Samira Benici in what was a really spellbinding opening encounter, 7-5 in the third. Came back, then the number one, Sakon Kantasit, got them back to level, and then what a doubles match they played, and against the scratch pairing who never really ignited, did they, the Moroccan duo? And it is the 8 seeds who go down to the Thai 12 seeds. And, well, the Thai victory 2-1 favouring Thailand. And that confirms the result. The match is all done and dusted. The court will be groomed nicely in anticipation of the rest of the next tie, which will be France against Austria. But for now, a joyous moment falls the way of the Thai women. His best previous result was that bronze medal showing here in Antalya in 2010. It's a venue they love, and they certainly got out of jail there in that scary, sticky predicament of being 1-love down after the first singles. They turned it round and got to sweet victory after what was a very, very lengthy tie. So we started at 10 o'clock this morning. It's now just gone 4:30 local time. So yeah, just about 6.5 hours, that one. But hard fought and really enjoyable to watch. Thanks for your company. Hope you enjoyed that one. I'll step off microphone momentarily now and let the grounds crew prepare the court for the next tie that's coming on. As I say, it's going to be France against Austria in men's round robin group 4. And I would imagine a pretty quick turnaround there. Frederick Catania will take on Nico Langman next on this court. Don't go too far.
üstümüzü yapmak istiyorsan. Ya doğru işte onu. Tamam, onları da alacağız. Havut abi, havut.
Çeşmeye kapat. Hortum düzelmez yoksa. Şuradan kaldır.
Onlar boşta. Bolları nerede bunun? Shall we start or shall we wait for all kids? Shall we start? Warm up. Warm up, then we come back. Better? Of course. It doesn't matter what are we wearing. No. You are going to point us? Hani çekebilir misin? Seremonide oyuncular soruyorlar ama sen mi çekersin birbirini sorun. Sen mi çeker misin de uygun olmazsa başka birini bulsunlar. Hiç karışmayın.
Welcome back, everybody, to our second tie of day two. This afternoon, we turn our attention to men's round-robin Group 4, where on centre court here, the 4th seeds France take on the 8th seeds Austria. The men's event hosts 4 groups of 4 teams, and only the winners of each round-robin group progress to the semi-finals. So this is a very big tie. Big expectation lies on the French team, as they've 4 players inside the top 26 in the world. They're seeded 4th in this event, and here's their talisman here, Frédéric Cattaneo, representing France. And I can tell you that Cattaneo comes into this a tie that started out on court 1 probably an hour and a half, 2 hours or so ago. And the opening match was won by Guillaume Lagier. against Martin Legner of Austria, 6-2, 6-4, favouring the French after an hour and 17 minutes. So France lead this tie 1-love. This was a tie that was supposed to start on here, but because of the extended nature of the initial tie in the women's match that we just witnessed, Thailand beating Morocco in Group 4 of the women's event, the French-Austrian match started out on court 1. Because there's only 2 ties on 2 of the show courts here. So in order to get ahead time-wise, we're now into the second match of this tie with France leading 1-love. So Cattaneo here is playing against a very familiar foe in Nico Langmann, the world number 29 from Austria. And, well, he's attempting to win the tie, the man in the blue shirt. And for the Austrians, obviously, if they win this match, they can level the match and it'll come down to the deciding doubles. So just to give you a perspective on our players, Fred Cattaneo at the top of the picture, an all right-handed affair. He's the world number 20th ranked player, has been a top 10er. He was ranked 9 back in May 2011, the 45-year-old. Well, he's had a pretty good year, 13 wins at the expense of 10 losses. 57% win rate. On clay this year, he's 6 wins, only 3 losses. He's got 37 career titles to his name, and he's 4 times a French Open quarter-finalist. His opponent in white, the other side of the net, Nico Langmann, is the world number 29, has been inside the top 15. Very talented ball striker. That was in August 2022, a couple of years ago, and just 27 years of age. 9 wins this year, only 5 losses, and he's gone 2-2 on clay courts so far this season. But where it gets interesting between these two is that this effectively is an 8th meeting between them. They've only met once on clay, and it was this man here, the younger of the two, the Austrian, who won on clay. It was a long time ago. I'll tell you more of that later. He also has beaten Cattaneo on a grass court as well. But Cattaneo has 5 hard court wins over Nico Langmann, and their last match was at the Indian Wells Tennis Garden back in January of this year, where Frédéric Cattaneo won double bagel, 6-love, 6-love on that occasion. So Cattaneo has won the last 3. That go all the way back to 2020, but it was in the early days that the Austrian got his couple of wins, once on clay in Prostiev in June of 2018, and also 2019 on a grass court in Kobe in Japan. So it's been a long time since the young Austrian has beaten the experienced Frenchman.
2 dakika, 2 minutes.
And last time, he didn't even get a game. So he'll be wanting to avenge January's defeat in Indian Wells and get off to a good start here. So in all honesty, we don't really know what to expect other than probable French dominance.
Sağ tarafında Fransa'yı temsilen Cattaneo Frédéric. Adayın sol tarafında Avusturya'yı temsilen Langmann Nico.
Just 9 world ranking spots between these two, favouring Cattaneo, 20th in the world.
And electric to serve.
What of Stéphane Houdet, the standout French player? Houdet, the 53-year-old, will be in action in doubles, so we'll see him up on this court next. World number 7 these days is the veteran Frenchman and former golfer as well. He has been a former world number 1 player, Houdet, back in June 2012. And so uber competitive, such a talisman of wheelchair tennis as well. Really pushing the game to its heights that it now is at. And of course will be there'll be a 16 draw at Wimbledon, men's and women's at Wimbledon this year, the All England Championships of course in July. But before that, of course, we've got the French Open, And these guys kind of preparing for that on this surface, ideally, and also, of course, the Paralympics in Roland Garros in August as well. So a lot of history between these two. The Austrian right up against it. But he has beaten Frederic Cattaneo twice a long time ago. So weight of expectation on Frederic Cattaneo's shoulders coming into this, the 45-year-old. Can he keep the younger player at bay? The Austrian won the coin toss and elected to serve. The sun is dipping down at almost 5 o'clock local time here in Antalya. Beautiful playing conditions. There was quite a lot of breeze earlier. Here we go then. France 1-0 up in the overall tie. This is the start of the second match. Nico Langman to get us going here.
From Mesh Love 15.
The French coming in with a combined ranking of their top 2 singles players at 27 in the world. Houdet 7, Cattaneo 20th. Austria, combined ranking 77. Nico Langman, 29th in the world. And the number 2, Josef Regler, 48 in the world. He didn't play singles. It was Martin Legner, world number 69, that took to court first thing. Went down to Willem Lagier, the French number 3. Always nice to have options because it can give the better players just a little bit of breathing room, chance to recover. Rock solid start from Cattaneo. Really keenly up to that short response from the Austrian there and nudging the backhand line winner. Three immediate break points. That's a super return game from the 45-year-old Frenchman, Frederic Cattaneo, off to a flyer. A break of serve to love, and that'll bode well. Wheel spinning off the start line with that start. French captain smiling, obviously. Nico Langman quickly to the other end, wants to earn himself his first point. It'll have to be on this return game if he's to get stuck in. There's the Austrian captain.
Service França.
Super return off the forehand.
Love 15. Out. 0-30. Love 30.
for service.
That's an emphatic dispatch from the overhead there from Nico Langman, and an immediate response in this return game from him. Roles temporarily reversed. That's a fabulous game, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant return games. Two of them from both players, terrific. So as parity comes across the scoreboard, one game all. This really is a lively affair. The gloves are off early in this one.
Wait, please.
Are we coming now?
No. Just continue. Fault. Fault. So from mesh lap 15. Frutos, lap 30.
Yesterday, Austria had a fine win against Poland. Nico Langman beat Kamil Fabislak 6-2 in the third set. Also a win in doubles alongside Martin Legner. That's brilliant. Opening the court with great effect, great use of spin, finding some really acute angles there, the Austrian. Yes, he comes into this with two wins, one in singles, one in doubles. Yesterday with that 3-0 victory over Poland. That's just beautiful play, isn't it? So strong off of both wings right now, the imposing Austrian. And for France, a win over Thailand. 3-0. Catania came into play with William Lagier in the doubles. They won 6-2, 6-love over their Thai opponents. Wins in singles for Houdet and Jeffrey Jaziak as well. So both these teams with wins, and you'd imagine that this tie, given what we've seen, will determine who wins the group. It's the big one, and that's why it's probably been promoted up to centre court. Nice headwear just to keep the sun off.
Avantaj Fransa. Point Fransa.
Well, Frederick Cattaneo breaks serve again, and neither player able to hold serve at the moment. Even the 3 times Austrian national champion here unable to control that drop shot. Into the net it goes, and it's Cattaneo with a 2-1 lead in this opening set. He's won 25 singles titles as Nico Langman. As I said, been up to top 15 in August of 2022, a couple of years ago. Far more current, really, than Cattaneo in that regard, in terms of his highest ranking. He was involved in a car accident in 1999 that left him with a spinal cord injury, was Nico. So, can the 45-year-old Frenchman hold on to this mini momentum that he's built here? He's leading 2-1, but neither player has been able to hold on to their serve thus far.
Fault. Out. 11-0. 15 out. Out. 8-0. 4 out. Christopher. 4 out. Fault. Fault. The combination. 4-15.
So this would be his most emphatic hold so far. If he can hold on here. Indeed, that is the first hold of serve of the match. And it comes from the Frenchman, who pushes out now to a heady 3-1 lead. That he will find relaxing, I'm sure. Now, can he find more expansive parts of his game? He's won the last 3 matches against this youngster. But at some stage, the tables will turn, favouring the youthful player, as it always does. Father Time getting in the way. Oh, superb backhand down the line from Nico Langman there. Where did that come from? So strong above the shoulder with the reverse. Of course, Cattaneo won the 2012 French Open wheelchair men's doubles alongside Shingo Kunieda. Not a bad partner to have. But what a coup that is for the Frenchman. Started playing wheelchair tennis age 23, having lost both legs after a motorbike accident Super play, really good. Both of them with standout backhands down the line. But Catania, far more decorated. He's got 62 career doubles titles, 37 singles titles. He's been a former top 10 player, but that was a long time ago now, 13 years ago in 2011. And he's getting the youngsters scrabbling all over the court. They don't look too happy at the moment. They're under siege by this man. 2 more break points for Catania. Frederic Catania breaks serve again and is in the box seat out here as he pushes round to a 4-1 lead. Back to his bench. He'll be sitting the more comfortably of the two right now. He's got a nice momentum to him, the Frenchman, and is looking pretty intense and energized. His last title won was on a clay court for Catania in 2023. Won the Cruz Medical Open, ITF Series 3 level event on the dirt.
Out on Mr. 15 up.
Cruz being in Turkey on the outdoor clay, so he's had success over here before.
Out on Mesh. 15 up.
And last year he beat Michael Scheffers in that final, 7-5, 6-3, to take the title.
Close. 15-30.
That is stunning, isn't it? Did you see the way he knifed underneath the back of the ball there, and that ball just cut away from Nico Langman? So many options off that backhand, as has Langman. That slice, though, was absolutely 10 out of 10. Oh, hang on. I thought that previous one was 10 out of 10. That's an 11 out of 10. And look at the beaming smile across his face in acknowledgement of that one. Courtside, they can barely believe that. He's a picture of confidence right now, is Freddie Catania. Really some special tennis in that game. A couple of standout backhands from the 45-year-old, world number 20. So serving to stay in the set right now. Here's the young Austrian.
Out on Mr. From Mesh. Now 15.
Everything that he's done has been edgier today so far, Catania. He's had more purchase, more spin, more contact on the ball. Everything he's done has been that little bit more precise than Nico Langman.
Fault.
He's been super agile in his chair, covering a lot of court very, very quickly and recovering his court very well as well.
Sıfır 40. Love 40.
And the scoreboard pressure is weighing heavy on Austrian shoulders right now. And that brings up 3 set points for Catania.
Fault.
Yeah, I was always going to get the treatment, wasn't it? Far too short from Catania, but it was the shot prior that did the damage from Nico Langman. So one of the 3 set points saved by the Austrian. World number 29, right up against it. He's up against the ropes. Limp way, uncharacteristically, from Nico Langman to concede the second set, the first set, I should say, but it's Frederic Catania, the Frenchman, who's wheeling round, feeling really good about his plight right now. He's snatched that opening set 6-1 after just 21 minutes of action. He was assured and assertive throughout. Well, we mentioned how strong the French were, having all 4 players inside the top 26 in the world. But when you look at the Brits as the top seeds, they've got 4 players inside the top 24. Hewitt, Reed, Bartram and Ward. Spaniards have got good depth as well. With Kawasaki back in the grouping at 17 in the world. Martin de la Puente is 4 in the world as well. Siska Messegur, 42, and Francesc Tur as well at 107. So they're the second seeds, the Spaniards. The Netherlands host a strong team, as always. 4 top 50 players, Spargeren, Scheffers, and Martin Terhoft. Robin Grunewald as well. Well, the Austrian coach looks particularly laid back, doesn't he? The way he's sitting comfortably with his arms pretty spread in that chair, trying to portray relaxation to his player. Now, can he get some traction early in this second set, the Austrian? Yannick Noah, team captain, how about that? All smiles. The Austrians, do they know something we don't? Yannick Noah, of course, the French Open champion in 1983. He beat Mats Wilander in that final. I watched that closely. Give him my age away there, really. But yeah, what a fine athlete he was. Then became a rock star and a national hero, of course, in France. The last French champion of their home slam. Enjoying some of the highlights from that opening set. A set in which the world number 20 from France was imperious throughout. Just had all the answers. A little smile after that heavy slice backhand drop shot. Here we go then. Start of set number 2. Catania to get it underway.
1-0. 15 love.
Telling length again from Frederic Cattaneo.
Faults. On 15. 15 all. Out.
Always missed it. Cattaneo, a blur of speed around the court, and I think he just caught him in his eye line there, Nico Langman, and kind of put him off a little. Squirted the ball into the doubles alley as a consequence. This was a wonderful drop shot. But Langman wise to it, but couldn't make the play. Yeah, the backhand loop from the Frenchman hit the back of the line. It just kind of skidded on Nico Langman awkwardly. A couple of game points here then for the super agile Frederic Cattaneo.
Fault.
Beautifully taken. Cattaneo holds on with no problems at all. After that initial break of serve on his delivery, he hasn't really looked back since. He's just been meticulously executing service holds. And what a man to have in your corner, in Yannick Noah.
Love 15.
Well, he's been out here inside half an hour of action, and he really does feel like he has the reins of control right now, Cattaneo.
Fault. Out. Focus. Love 30. Out. Focus.
Well, I can tell you that Thailand have beaten Team Poland in the men's round-robin Group 4, the same group as these guys. So Poland looking, they've been struggling a little. Good win for Thailand over them earlier today.
Otuz. Söylüyor. Out.
Oh, he's just missed the down the line forehand, and awkward spins off the backhand of Catania, who seems to be stronger off that side. Now then, another break point for the Frenchman here. Can he capitalise? And that's a bit of a hammer blow for the Austrian as Catania pushes out again. Trying to cut himself adrift right now. A real gut punch for the Austrian, though, who's hitting the ball okay, but he just can't seem to get any free points off the mesmerizingly solid Frédéric Catania, who really looks very, very relaxed out here.
Out from Mr. 15 love. Hold. On 15 all.
First little blemish for a while. He's been pretty intact and up together, hasn't he, Catania? Very few unforced errors, but is he opening the door slightly here to Nico Langman, who will take anything on offer, you'd imagine? The chance has been so few and far between for the Austrian. Just a little wayward with that reverse backhand, though. Working so hard to try and create an in this match. 27-year-old Austrian. Oh, well taken. Nice disguise off the backhand slice as well. Got there with plenty of time. He's got a pretty slick chair as well, hasn't he, Nico Langman? That looks fast. Very aerodynamic. Rather like Stefan Huday's. Clean winner off the backhand wing, and Nico Langman is in suddenly in set two. He's got some traction, he's got a lot of work to do, but that was a brilliant return game from the young Austrian, world number 29. There's still plenty of tennis left in this match, no doubting that. So France beat Thailand 3-0 on the opening day. And I'm just trying to find out what happened to Poland. They lost 3-0 to Austria. So Poland at the moment, bottom of the group. Thai is looking good. But as I say, this one feels like first, second place right here. With the expectancy on the French to win the group, as we mentioned before, being the fourth seeds in the men's event, they're seeded to come through. Only one team will come through their group of four to contest semis and possibly finals, should they advance from there. Yeah, Fearsome backhand again from Nico Langman.
Weightless.
Yep, there was no recovering that one. Nice back behind from the Austrian.
Let for service. Third 15.
Well taken. Oh yes, how good is that finish with the forehand drop shot from Nico Langman. A brilliant point from him. Super work here with the little reverse forehand from Frederic Catania, who thought we'd done enough. Good read of play though from the world number 29. Yeah, so at the moment in Group D or Group 4 round robin, the standings look like France with a win, Austria with a win, Thailand with a win, Poland without a win. This one to decide who leads the group with 2 wins. Yeah, it's a really good hold from Nico Langman. Despite the funky backhand spins from the awkward Frenchman, that forehand was well wide, wasn't it? And with that, we have a scoreboard parity in the second set. Good work from the youngster to haul the scoreboard back to 2-all, despite losing that opener by 6 games to 1.
On Mr. Flood. 15 left. Faults. On 15 all.
Well, he's elevated his game, there's no doubting that. Look at the quality of that return right into the French corner of the court, and then a fine follow-up with the forehand winner.
Out. 35. Third 15. Out. 30, 30 all.
Just a little too flamboyant, perhaps, with that forehand. Trying to sort of carve across the ball. but in doing so missing. Oh, that's clever. Really deft touch from the Austrian. But it was the shot prior that Catania has rung with his racket and is gestured as it found the line. Umpire down on a rare occasion. Yeah, he stopped play. But it was in. Just as well, the Austrian made the drop shot there. So, Nico Langman leading for the first time in the second set. Can he make it count? That's a great tangling backhand return of serve from Nico Langman. And the world number 29 from Austria pushes to the front, leading the set by 3 games to 2. So, can he continue with this little flurry of intensity and focus, hitting the ball beautifully right now? It's been high-level tennis, this one. Really ferocious ball striking from both. And you really do sense whoever can get the first decisive blow in the rally gains the upper hand and generally sustains the momentum. That said, the Frenchman in particular is looking very lithe and sinewy and manoeuvring his chair particularly well in defence of his court. But the young Austrian has a 3-2 lead here in the second set, a must-win set as far as him and Austria are concerned. Having lost that opening rubber.
Now 15. On 15 off. Out. On 15.
There's no doubting Catania has just lost his grip a little. Yeah, wonderful backhand from Langman there, just again tangling the Frenchman. Coming in at pace, right into his sort of right hip. No time to reverse and get out of the way there. That is superb. Nico Langman, ball striking really, really efficiently and effectively right now. Finding his spots. Look at this forehand here, ripping angle up the back of the ball. He breaks away from the Frenchman with a 2-game lead, 4-2.
Out on 15 lap. Oops. Out.
Well, just marking where he felt the serve went, and the umpire's down, suggesting the serve was just long, by a centimetre or so. Stunning.
15-30.
Really nice. Just held the backhand for a while just to see where his opponent was moving to and then bashed it the other way. Great concentration from Langman. And again.
15-40.
The tables have significantly turned here, and now it's a couple of game points for Nico Langman for what would be a 5-2 lead. Well, a limp double fault concession there from Frederic Cattaneo, and suddenly there's been a seismic shift out on centre court. The Austrian well and truly controlling this second set. 5-2, he now leads with his serve to come. Will the advice of Yannick Noah come to the fore and result in a reassertion of momentum favouring the Frenchman? It's much needed right now. So dictatorial after that opener. But credit to this youngster who hasn't been hanging around at the change of ends. He's come out with his back against the wall and turned this one his way. For that, he needs credit.
Time.
Can he put the set to bed on his own terms?
From Beş. Love 15. Out. 15-15. 3-0. Fault. 15-30. 15-30. Almost good. 15-40.
Oh, just wrong choice, surely.
Avusturya beşçileri de Avusturya leads by 5 games to 3.
Unable to serve it out then. Frederic Cattaneo with a timely break back.
On 15-0. 15 lap. Out 9-0. Third lap. Fault.
Again, it's the backhand doing the damage to the Frenchman.
Third 15.
Frenchman who's on the comeback trail, though, seemingly, in this set, having been 5-2 down.
Fault.
Oh, brilliant lob from Freddie Catania.
Fault.
Catania digs deep, wins back-to-back games. Hence the facial expression there as he wheels back to his captain, Yannick Noah. Really determined effort there. So the Austrian, who served for the second set at 5-2, was denied. Will now get another go at 5-4. But he'll be this little bit edgier right now with the Frenchman with the momentum.
Time.
So, a second attempt to win the set
Fault.
for Nico Langman.
On the 15 up. Out. 2-0. Third it out.
Super response from Catania.
Third 15.
Took his time there, struck it well.
Out. 30. Third it out.
2 points from the set, Langman. Can he control himself and find his way home? A must-win set as far as Team Austria are concerned in the tie. Oh, beautifully taken, really gutsy, took it on the rise. High skill level shot, that one, and he's made it. Super super from the support camp. The Austrians level the match as their man Nico Langman snatches that second set. with real authority. He's back in this fight, and it's going to be a one-set shootout as we head down the final stretch imminently. Catania, who broke away with such a fine start, has been pegged back. 6-1 first set for the Frenchman, 6-4 second for the Austrian. What next? Well, it was always destined to be close, wasn't it? With just 9 world ranking spots between them, favouring the Frenchman. Stefan Houdet sitting in the wings. He'll be up for doubles next. He'll be playing alongside Jeffrey Jaziak. They'll be taking on Nico Langman and Joseph Reigler after an appropriate break between singles and doubles. It's been a great day too, though. Plenty of action throughout across the 20 match courts, loaded with activity. But this one really is delivering. It's been a fine watch. Still plenty of good tennis around the grounds. Bird's eye view from up there. Sorry, couldn't resist it. So Nico Langman has done a great job, hasn't he, at steadying the ship in this must-win match for Austria. He's shown a lot of character after what was not a slow start. It was an excellent start from the Frenchman. That was the issue. But now he's brought his A game and is really hitting the ball nicely, particularly off that backhand. Such versatility.
Biraz daha yukarıdan. Hayır, ters yukarı kaldır. Onun ayarı değişmiyor mu ucunun? Orada değil, orada değil. Hiç oradan getir. Aynı yere tut, aynı yere tut.
So as always, normally between matches, but this time between the second and third set, the court is being groomed. A little bit of water put on it, but it's been swept as always. It is every set, and the lines remarked. All swept clean. A little bit of water being applied. It's been a terrific tie, though, hasn't it? The first match, we didn't catch a glimpse of that, but we did see out on court one the result, and that was William Laget coming past Martin Legner, 6-2, 6-4 after an hour and 17 minutes. And then we were treated to a dynamic opening set in which Frederic Catania whizzed past Nico Langman 6-1. Langman then bit back, took the second set by 6-4. And here we go, just preparing for the start of the decider. Who's it going to be? Can Cattaneo see him off and put the tie to bed? Or will the Austrian take victory and then take us all the way down to what would become the deciding doubles? Momentum very much with the young man in white. But who knows? In this very even contest. What we do know is that Cattaneo has a 5-2 head-to-head advantage coming into this, and he's won the last 3 consecutive matches against the Austrian. Keenly contested opening point.
Love 15.
But the head of Cattaneo slightly bowed, body language not as supreme as it was in that opening set. Understandably, he's right up against it. He's met his match. Today, anyhow.
Skrotos. Love 30. Top verir misin önce? Left for service.
The last win was in Indian Wells in January of this year. 6-love for Cattaneo. Then he won prior to that in November 2021 in Loiret in France. Back home in the semi-finals there, 6-love in the decider. They will be slightly concerned, the French camp, right now. The win prior to that was in February 2020 at Wrexham in the UK, up north. 6-3, 6-2 for Cattaneo. But he is grappling with it right now. Perhaps the weight of expectation weighing heavy on the shoulders of the blue-shirted Cattaneo. 2 immediate break points here for Nico Langman. Oh, there's the signature backhand down the line this time from Nico Langman. And what a return game he played. Chair speed was priority number 1. He was moving around the court like a lightning bolt. And Cattaneo immediately around the chair, wanting to make amends quickly at the start of this very important third set. Oh, how's that for sweet little backhand deflection? Great improvisation from the 45-year-old Frenchman.
Out.
Yeah, that was happening a lot in the opening set, wasn't he? He was being a little bit greedy with the backhand, especially down the line, and squirting off and sort of into the doubles alley like that one, or wider than that sometimes, a little late on contact. Catania with the upper hand in this return game. Nico Langman serving at the tougher of the two ends with the descending sun slightly in his eyes on ball toss.
Out. 15-40.
Oh, beautiful wide serve from Nico Langman. Generous angle,
30-40.
but still work to do. He's not quite out of the woods yet. Oh, yes. Playing a good match mentally, isn't he? Given that he's lost the last 3 in a row to Catania, this is gutsy play from the younger player with the white shirt on, representing Austria. A little bit wispy, the forehand. Not enough contact on that one. Using the relaxation skills. Catania, deep breathing. Break back point for him. Oh, that's a fine forehand return. Spiked it just inside the baseline. Wonderful work from the 20th ranked player from France. Brings parity to the early stages of this opening set.
Out, son 30. 15-30.
Well, a positive miss. That one will be chalked down as.
Ball. Good. 15-40.
He's to take his time here. Seems to be kind of rushing somewhat. Well, a sprinkling of unforced errors in there, including the double fault from Frederic Catania. And he concedes again. No holds of serve in this deciding set. Whoever you sense can really find good rhythm in that facet of the game will dominate it, as Nico Langman did in that second set. Not a lot of words being exchanged in the Austrian camp between captain and player. Perhaps best left alone. He's done such a great job to take the second set. What else would the captain have to add? It's a tough job being captain. So easy to overcook it and give too much input. Too little. The player just needs you to ride along with them when they've got the upper hand. Now the Austrian with the upper hand here, though albeit slender, a 2-1 third set.
15-0, 15 up.
Well taken. That's been the standout strike, hasn't it? The signature backhand down the line from Langman. It's been his go-to.
Fault. Also 15. Fault. Also 30. 4. Out. 30.
Quality's just dropped off a little through the belly of this deciding set. Probably both players over-pressing a little. The backhand didn't miss by much. Langman with a point to put a little bit more important daylight between himself and the Frenchman right now. Well, he won't be happy with that. He went for a very aggressive kick serve wide, but just kissing the tape on the way through. Fans still enjoying the local warmth in Antalya. Beautiful watching and playing conditions.
Out. Antalya.
Frederic Cattaneo just seems to have gone a little inward, doesn't he? So easy to do that. Sometimes you've just got to check out your opponent's strengths and weaknesses and focus on that. That's great acceleration off the forehand wing and response from the Frenchman. Much needed at that stage to haul the return game back to parity. Another comforting forehand. This time down the line, it was spiked from Cattaneo. And with that, he's engineered a break back point here. Mixing up his attack lines nicely. How good is that? What a forehand angle in response from Nico Langman. They're both coming back to the party, bringing their best tennis over the last 3 points or so. It's a hard-fought game, this one, suddenly. Well, the signature strike just finds the tape, offering up a break back point to the French veteran. And he takes it with a beautiful forehand winner. We've seen a few of those that game. Taking advantage of a little lapse in concentration midway through the game from the Austrian. Cattaneo back to scrap back some momentum his way and bring parity to the early stages of set number 3 at 2 games all.
Fault.
Yeah, very nice.
Love 15.
Two winning teams here, both seeded, going head-to-head, both upbeat and in form, with wins earlier yesterday. France 3-0 over Thailand, Austria 3-0 over Poland.
Love 30.
Yeah, great back behind.
Fault. Shooters. 15, 30. Out.
Forehand just misses after a very hard 4-point. A lot of determination shown from both. Scoreboard parity right now. Nothing between them.
Out. 42. 40, 30. Use.
Oh, another really attritional point, and there was so much injection of pace on that backhand from Nico Langman that it just buckled the French volleyer.
Fault.
Oh, it's missed. And it is Langman. Breaks again.
3 games to 2.
Really strong play from him. Opening up with that can-opening forehand angle and the forehand down the line just spilling wide from Catania. Austrian coach on his feet, gesturing encouragement to his charge. Really good work from Nico Langman. He's going to be up next in doubles as well. He's got a doubles ranking of top 50. He's won 23 men's doubles titles as well. He's a versatile young man. And he's finding his marks with these penetrating ground shots. He'll be playing alongside Joseph Regler in the doubles. 48-year-old, very experienced, world number 39 in doubles himself, with 33 career doubles titles as well. So they will be a tough team against Stefan Houdet and Jeffrey Jaziak. 31-year-old Frenchman. He's number 20 in the world in doubles.
Fault. From Mesh. Love 15.
Very nice and acknowledged by the Austrian.
Love 30.
But of course, a break is not a break until you can hold behind it. That's the old adage, isn't it? I know it's far more difficult in a chair because the lower point of contact and what have you. I'm just talking about momentum. And it's hard to come by. This is a very tight singles.
Super good.
Catania with a canny game, putting the ball in awkward parts of the court. It's been return dominated, this match, as anticipated. It's all top 30 men's singles clash. And again, he's got the side spin on that backhand return. And he breaks back to love, does Frederic Catania, with this outstanding winner that was just racing away from the young Austrian. Deadlock on the scoreboard again. Couldn't be any tighter. Catania with far more experience and 3 previous wins over today's opponent. Back to back.
Super, 15 love.
And he's certainly not going away, that's for sure. Yeah, well taken.
30 love. Super. 40 love. Up. Second mesh. 4-15.
Yeah, well positioned, well placed, that forehand cross court.
30.
Staying in this return game is Nico Langman. High skill level. The Frederick Catania lands a very important first serve and shows a lot of character to hold on to that all-important game, the 7th game of the deciding set. It is he in the blue cap and blue shirt that leads the way, 4-3, third set.
Time. Pause. Out. And Mr. Brett.
Now, will the experience of the 45-year-old come to the fore against this young standout, just 27 years of age? He's got a swashbuckling game style, hasn't he? Really likes to attack the backhand.
Pause. Out.
Can at times just blow hot and cold, be a little reckless. Now can Catania take advantage again? Pull away just here. He's going to get a second serve to look at. He's got so many options, particularly on the backhand, hasn't he? He plays with a lot of different slices and spins. Sometimes a little greedy with his choice as a consequence. So big opportunity here then for Frederick Catania to really start putting pressure on Nico Langman. A point for 5-3 for the Frenchman. He's eyeing this one very keenly. Timely forehand spike down the line from Langman. There was no recovering that court for the Frenchman. Switching the ball nicely this way and that. Oh, big clunking forehand return down the line from Catania. He liked that one. So he's got a second breakpoint opportunity here, the Frenchman. And again, the Austrian responds, as he has done throughout. Who'd expect any less? Momentum. swaying all over the place right now. High caliber tennis.
Fault.
That's just too good. What a fine, acute angle from Frederic Cattaneo there. So gutsy under pressure. Look at this. The reverse backhand from the top draw. So, is it third time lucky for Cattaneo?
Fault.
Cattaneo strikes again with another searing backhand down the line and pulls away at a critical juncture in the third set. It is he, the 45-year-old French veteran, who now leads 5-3 in this deciding set. An opportunity to serve out the match and the tie with what would become a 2-love victory should he do so. Oh, well, you could hear the cart rattling backwards and forwards, but he had the windscreen wipers on double speed setting, did Cattaneo, and the Austrian unable quite to recover the ground here, despite a sterling effort. Great wide serve from Cattaneo, who's really trusting his hand skills right now, manoeuvring the ball all over this terracotta court.
Forward enough.
Just over an hour and a half required for Frederic Cattaneo to extend his head-to-head lead to 6-2 over this young Austrian. That was a terrific match, really tightly contested. He comes through 6-1, 4-6, 6-3. Hour and 31 minutes. The French world number 20 does his job and gives victory to Team France. The fourth seeds find their way home. It's a really warm celebratory moment from Yannick Noah to his charge, and they look utterly relieved. We will still, of course, play the upcoming doubles, but for now, France win this tie by 2 matches to 0. Very, very tough encounter that was, and you have to feel for Nico Langman, the world number 29, put up a really strong fight, but in the end, Cattaneo just rounded it out with some terrific ball striking, as he did in that opening set. So the Frenchman coming good, putting France 2-love up in this tie. We will be treated to a doubles, because all the round-robin matches require that to be done in terms of numbers, count back and all that sort of thing at the end of the round robin. So, well, plenty of discussions. Delight for the French right now, but they will get to play the doubles. It'll be Stefan Houdet and Jeffrey Jaziak who will take on Nico Langman and Joseph Reigler. That will be in approximately, well, you'd imagine, 30 minutes time. So plenty of discussion going on. And that's what's going to happen, you'd imagine. Let's just await for the players to take leave of the court. They'll probably go get a snack or some early dinner and then come out to go again. Nico Langman, the Austrian, back in doubles duty in just half an hour or so. So he'll be keen to take leave of the court and rehydrate on this particularly warm day. Get a little snack inside him as well. Don't go too far. See you in 30 minutes or so.
Peki ya.
oturun orada. Oyuncu gelince dalarsın ama.
Tamamdır hocam.
Oradaki Hüseyin mi o?
Aynen hocam.
Ha Hüseyin, şapkayı düz takıyoruz. Sağ olasın. Hüseyin otur orada, oyuncu gelince girersin.
Kaldır kaldır. Panoyu kaldır. Panoyu.
Var mı toplanan orada?
Yok hocam kurbağa var da ona bak.
Benim merak etmeyin diye gidip
Evet beyler, diğerlerimizi aldık.
Welcome back, tennis fans, to our third and final match on centre court on day 2. And it's a doubles between France and Austria. France have already won the tie, courtesy of some good singles wins from Guillaume Laget and Frédéric Cattaneo as well. Wins for them both. Laget in straight sets, Cattaneo in 3 sets over Martin Langman. Martin Langman with a very quick turnaround here, just a 20-minute break or so, and he's back on court in the top right of the corner and warming up with Geoffrey Jaziak, 31-year-old Frenchman. And there on his left is Joseph Regla, 48-year-old, coming in for doubles. Joseph Regla is in the top left of the picture. He's playing off a ranking of 61 in the world, has been a top 40 player himself back in August 2015, so there's a lot of experience on this court. Nico Langman, the youngest player on court, top right. He is, well, as we just saw, 29th in the world in singles, has been a top 15 player, but in doubles he's still top 50. 46 in men's doubles, has been 21 in the world back in May 2019. So plenty of pedigree on this court. There is our first real sighting on the left of Josef Regla. 20 years or 21 years older than his partner alongside. And well, he'll be keen to get some early traction in this match. But they're up against a very experienced French player in Stéphane Houdet, bottom left with the white stubble and the black hair. He's 53 years of age, right-handed is Stéphane Houdet, and a former singles world #1. Houdet with his collar up on the back left, as I say. Former doubles #1 as well in 2009. In 2014, Stéphane Houdet became the first man in history to complete the calendar year Grand Slam in men's wheelchair doubles after his 2010 Australian Open win with Shingo Kunieda. There he is on the right with the glove, always plays with the gloves on. Protects his hands from the vicious propulsion of the chair rims. Very similar looking chair that's tailored to his needs as his Austrian opponent in Nico Langman.
3 minutes.
Well, what's at stake? Well, pride really, because you sense at the moment France are leading the group, having had 2 wins already. They beat Thailand yesterday 3-0. And today they've beaten the Austrians, but they're just playing for what could be all-important maths. So they'll be gunning for a 3-love clean sweep, will France, as the 4th seeds and expectant potential winners of this group in the blue shirts. The Austrians in white at the top of your picture, well, they had a win against Poland yesterday. And we're at this gorgeous Galatasaray Tennis Academy here with an abundance of wonderful terracotta clay courts. It's one of the last matches on, of course, because we've had 2 ties on this court.
2 dakika, 2 minutes.
Today, Thailand beat Poland in their match.
Çiftler karşılaşması 3 set üzerinden oynayacaktır.
So Thailand will be sharing 1 win with Austria in this group. France will push ahead to 2 wins in the group, and Poland yet to gain a win in the group.
Fransa'yı temsilen Adet Stefan.
France will play Poland tomorrow.
Sandalyenin sağ tarafında Avusturya'yı temsilen
Austria
Nico
will
Langman.
pit their skills against Thailand.
Kura atışını Avusturya kazanmış olup servis atmayı seçmiştir. Avusturya won the toss and elected to serve.
So Austria won the toss, and this man, Nico Langman, quickly suggested that they're going to serve to get this match underway. So assuming France beat Poland tomorrow, which looks very stacked in their favour, then France will go through as the winners of this group. Stranger things, of course, have happened, and that's not doing Poland a disservice. That's just on the evidence of what we've seen so far in the last couple of days. But Austria will be playing for second place against Thailand, who also have one win to their tally as well tomorrow. So that'll all unfold tomorrow, no doubt. But for now, turning our attention to this last match of day 2. Some long shadows are cast now on this glorious centre court here in the Megasaray Tennis Academy. Stefan Houdet has spent a long time alongside Nicholas Pfeiffer. And together they've won 3 Grand Slams with Houdet, but unable quite to get across the line at Wimbledon, despite contesting a final with him. So Houdet, former world #1 in singles and doubles, uber decorated. It's interesting to see how Jeffrey Jaziak does alongside him. So my name's Paul Hand, enjoying having a company for this last match on day 2. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. No doubt the order of play will be emerging in the next hour or so. But it's Nico Langman to get this men's doubles underway.
15 love. 15.
Currently ranked top 50 in men's doubles, as I say, has been as high as 31 in the world. Nico Langman, the server. 27 years of age, top 30 singles player. That's a wonderful can opening angle from Stefan Houdet. And you can only imagine that Nico Langman, the server, will be keen to avenge that defeat from Frederic Cattaneo just moments ago and get a win on the board in the doubles. But up against it here. Very active in his chair, isn't he, the 53-year-old Frenchman. Houdet looking to advance up the court at the earliest opportunity, close down space. So the French duo just hauling this game back to deuce. Getting cut up already with plenty of activity, lots of rolling in this initial game.
Fransa.
Well, it's always spellbinding, isn't it? A good men's doubles. Always entertaining. Stefan Houdet, just uber competitive, belligerently so at the age of 53. Just loves to compete.
Gold. Fransa.
Super play from Houdet in the end. He gets his way, and France do get the early break of serve. The French team drawing on the experience of the former world #1 in their bid for the title. He's been a staunch promoter of wheelchair tennis over the years, has Stefan. And he was up at the pinnacle of the singles game in June 2012. Still very active in that discipline. #7 in the world. Just getting a rest day from singles today. French like to change it up. They've got so much depth in their team. As I said initially, they've got 4 top 26 ranked singles players. Jaziak, got Jeffrey Jaziak, the lowest ranked, to 26 in the world, but a fine player in his own right.
Service Fransa. Service Fransa.
So can Houdet consolidate here? French team leading 1-0.
On 15 love.
A beautifully delivered ace from Stefan Houdet.
Let for service.
Go, go, go, go.
30. Third yol.
Really good drop shot from the Austrians. Oh, almost made it. Perhaps a little greedy, but I love the positivity and the intent there from young Jeffrey Jaziak. How crafty is that from the salty old sea dog? The little angle, and everybody enjoyed that one. As Houdet holds on to his serve and pushes out to a 2-love lead in this opening set.
Over 15 love. Goal. On 15 all.
Josef Reigler in serving rotation here. 33 career doubles titles to his name for the 48-year-old. Ranked 61 in doubles at the moment. Has been top 40 player. Back in August 2015, he was ranked 39th in the world in doubles. So an experienced player, the Austrian, and he'll be pretty solid throughout. Oh, wonderful thumbs up from Stefan Houdet there with that ace from Regla. Oh yes, thunderous racket head speed from the youngest man on court, Jeffrey Jaziak.
Hindrance. Berabere diyoruz.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the hindrance was, but all four of them are smiling keenly, so must have been a bit of humor about it.
Net service.
Oh yes, that is a stunning forehand. He is loaded with aggression, isn't he, off that wing? There's Jaziak. Super dry volley from the French. Back-to-back games for them. And they push ahead with a slender 2-1 lead in this opening set. Yannick Noah himself, the French captain, enjoying this fine finish. In 2014, he became the first man in history to complete that calendar year Grand Slam in men's wheelchair doubles, Stefan Houdet. Did so at the 2020 Summer Paralympics.
Time.
He's won a couple of Grand Slams in singles as well as doubles. He's the winner of the French Open twice in 2012 and 2013, the US Open 2013 and 17, and in doubles he's won everything, as we mentioned prior. And in Paralympic Games, he's won the gold medal 3 times in doubles, 2008, 16 and 2020. So he's massively decorated, as we know.
Out.
Nah, this is like
30 Tördeler.
His most recent Slam doubles title was winning Wimbledon in 2013, 11 years ago now. He'll be keenly eyeing a potential another Grand Slam doubles title post 50 years of age.
Out 40.
But of course, most of the men's doubles has been dominated by Hewitt and Reed, the British pairing. Of late, anyway.
40-15. 40-15. Kırk-otuz. 40-30.
Jeffrey Jaziak, 31 years of age, 15 career doubles titles, ranked 20th in the world, off a career high in doubles is Jeffrey.
Bol.
Takes quite a while in this discipline to get your wheelchair skills and maneuverability up together and up to speed.
Berabere.
That's a wonderful return from Nico Langman, bisecting the two Frenchmen, and I think they were both waiting for the other one to make a call of mine. Didn't come.
Avantaj Fransa. Oyun Fransa. 3-1'lerde. It's by 3 games to 1.
Really good hold in the end from Jeffrey Jaziak, the youngest player on court. As the French seal a 2-game cushion. A little bolster. So 3-1 they lead first set. Oh, subtly taken by Jeffrey Jaziak. Really nicely done. High level of confidence he plays with. He's got a nice touch as well that complements the power game of France's Stéphane Houdet. They're twinning nicely with effect right now.
Bolt.
Well, the intent was there, wasn't it? A little bit of a shank from Houdet. He was going after it, trying to take it early, but in doing so, played the most immaculate drop shank I've ever seen. Perfectly done. Again, the racket head speed of the youngest Frenchman on court is really quite standout. 3 more break points for the men in blue. Oh, what a point! You will not see a better drop return from Stéphane Houdet, but how the Austrian 48-year-old got up there, Josef Reigler, I'll never know. That was just otherworldly chair speed, and what a shot on arrival. You can dine out on that for years to come, you'd imagine. But still up against it. 2 more break points for the French team. Well, a double fault to concede his service game. And the Austrians really with work to do now. France pulling away with a heady 4-1 lead in this opening set of this men's doubles, as they wheel back to their chairs. It's the French with very much momentum right now. Well, that was otherworldly, wasn't it? Just a moment of outrage, frankly. Such a terrific point from Josef Leigler there. Now then, back round to Stefan Houdet, serving for the second time in this opening set.
Fault.
Well, the variety of the French team is spellbinding right now. They've looked masterful with their level of control, finding the really awkward parts of their opponent's court and breaking up rhythm really efficiently. That was a great attempt at a recovery, but unable quite to get there from Langman.
Out 0-0. Third love. First, for the love.
How's that for improvisation from Stefan Houdet, former world #1, pulling out a little magic potion there with that forehand drop shot, pulling away to a 5-1 lead now. They're all over this opening set. Good communication between the men in blue. There's been a really sort of mesmerizing energy about Houdet and Yaziak. Their chairs, they're just a blur of energy, aren't they, at the top of your picture right now, just wheeling around, keenly hunting the ball, making things happen, and inducing the double fault. Houdet ended up like a big goalkeeper at the end of that one. He was going to be all over that return, even if it had cleared the net. But he likes to take time and space away from his opponents. The return, a big facet in terms of effect from Houdet's game.
On 15-30.
Going for the big kick wide. Yeah,
40,
well dispatched.
40.
And with that fine overhead, Stefan Houdet and Jeffrey Jaziak have engineered a couple of set point opportunities.
Fault. Out. Oyun winning set, game up for set Fransa.
23 minutes, all they needed.
6-1.
The men in blue
6 games to
have
1.
got a march on out here. They ripped the opening set by 6 games to 1 off of the Austrians in no time at all. They're in fine fettle. That was a little moment of mastery, wasn't it, from Stefan Houdet? We thought he was under a great deal of pressure there off that fine return. Enjoying some of the highlights from that opening set.
Şu arada bulamadık mı?
So players waiting patiently for the court to be taken care of, and then play will resume. Well, 6-1 really doesn't do jeopardy to what we saw. It was a much more competitive set than that, wasn't it? There was some wonderful skills being showcased on this glorious centre court. But as things stand, Austria will be second in this group, followed by Thailand. They both have a win each. Poland are at the bottom of Group 4. And France top the group with 2 wins. And they have Poland to play tomorrow, France. Austria will take on Thailand. And the French just sharing a little humour. Good to see them all smiling and enjoying themselves. And also really good to see the likes of Yannick Noah coming to support and captain the team. There we go then, the start of set number 2. France is set to the good, 2-love to the good in the overall tie score. So this is really just relatively academic.
Wait for it, yeah. He will do it.
Just a little conflab about who's to serve next in the rotation. Yeah, there's that fiery forehand. Has he found the line or not? Houdet with a superbe, as if he had.
Love 15.
Yeah, no protest there. Oh no, hang on, it's gone the way of the Austrians, that one, so it must have just missed.
Post Western!
15 all. 15, third 15.
Okay, jetzt klar. Riecht vielleicht der falsche Fuß. Wir kennen schon was von dem.
Volt. Top alır mısın?
Oh yes, how good is that? For a while we didn't think he was going to get there, but on arrival, just exquisite hand skills from Nico Langman. Yeah, great disguise.
40, 30. Volt. Out. Oyun Fransa. İkinci setini ilk oyunu. First game, second set.
France applying the pressure. Just that little bit too much pace, variety and consistency at the moment. Driving this match along really keenly, and they don't want to keep Yannick waiting. Approaching 7:30 local time here in Megasalai.
Super 15, love 15.
Oh, that's just completely audacious from Jeffrey Jasiak. He has got one fabulous forehand.
Love 40.
A little bit of chuntering from Josef Leigler. Frustrated, they can't get any more traction than this.
Almost good. 15, 40.
And still another couple of break points here for the Frenchman. And it's another deep, weighty forehand from the French veteran as they pull away from the Austrians again, as they did in that first set. Stefan Houdet, so decorated, 134 career doubles titles throughout the course of his rich and long career. Last one was with Catania on clay this year, Alliance Para Trophy.
Almost 0, 15 love. $40,000 level event in Germany. That was back in April. 15-15. 15 all.
Well, he really does have a rich variety on that wing, and of course he does roll the dice with it, so the errors will come every now and then, but generally he's been very consistently inventive. As Jeffrey Jaziak.
30-35.
Good lead from Houdet. Great sense of where the lines are on court, good balance.
For 15.
Well, that's the trouble, isn't it? When you're under scoreboard pressure, you feel like you've got to go closer to the lines, closer to the net with the drop shot. And it's all a little imaginary, but that's what the pressure does to you. And the French pair looking very strong right now. Points for 3-love in the second set and the setup as well.
Wait, please. Closer. Fault. Oyun Fransa 3-0 ileride. Please fight. 3 games to 1. 3 games to love.
France pulling away again, looking masterful in their double skills here and having fun along the way. Well, as France pull away from Austria here in what might be, or probably will be, a 3-love win. I can tell you the order of play is out already for tomorrow, day 3 on centre court. It's going to be a men's round robin group 2 clash between Spain and Morocco. They'll be up first on centre. Out on court 1 in men's round robin group 3. It'll be Chile against Turkey as well. So no doubt there'll be plenty of top tennis on offer tomorrow. We'll be bringing you Spain-Morocco in men's group 2. Spanish, of course, seeded second this year. We'll be watching the likes of De La Puente and Cavazacci.
From Mesh.
Wieder
15.
reserviert. Wieder gebrochen, reserviert.
Fantastically explosive backhand there. We saw plenty of those in the singles down the line from Nico Langman.
Let for service.
Well, it's just been destructive, hasn't it, that forehand of Jeffrey Jaziak. He's been able to put it very, very accurately inside the lines on a consistent basis. Very few unforced errors. If he has been errant, it's been positive strikes with real intent, vicious intent.
Almost good. 15-40.
So again, it's the serve at Josef Regler that's under a great deal of pressure. Yeah, Houdet kind of fed in the bluff like he was covering the cross court and then just completely bolted to his right to cover the line. Having been had down there before by Nico Langman. He was alert to that. So the French are set and 4-love their advantage now.
Out, 15-0. 15-love.
Coolly taken from Jadziak at net, showing us his all-court game. Both the French players have been rock solid from the start here. And they've assumed a strong command, an early command in this encounter, and never really looked back.
30-15.
Good deep return from Langman.
Out. 30. 4 yol. Net for service.
Yeah, well taken again. It's the forehand doing the damage from Jadziak. Drop the ball slightly short and you're in trouble. You've got so much racket head speed.
Berabere. Düz. Out. Avantaj Fransa.
Oh, definitely taken from Jeffrey Jaziak, who has just grown in stature from the first ball in this men's doubles. They are all over this right now, the French pairing. And there seems to be no turning back. Set and 5 love, they lead. A high five from Yannick Noah. He knows this match is done and dusted. They have looked so focused and just broke to the front early in that opening set and sustained momentum throughout. Not for lack of trying, though, from these two. They've been valiant throughout this tie, particularly young Nico Langman. So taking on plenty of sustenance. There's a Frederic Cattaneo, who won the second singles, or the #1 singles battle. 6-3 in the third set against Nico Langman. Great win there. He knew he was a little greedy there and should have left that to his partner, but always likes the challenge, does Stefan.
Oh, 15-15, 15-0. Fault. Otuz. Dördü yok.
Well, it's just been one of those days, hasn't it, for the elder Austrian Josef Leigler, just unable to bring his very best today. And now, after just over 3/4 of an hour, is the French pairing with a match point.
Set maç Fransa 2-0'lık setlerle by 2 sets to
Well, that is such a big win. The fabulous French 4th seeds take pole position in Group 4 with 2 wins. Today they serve up a super solid clean sweep, as they did yesterday. 3-love against Austria, favouring the French quartet with a 6-1, 6-love victory in that third match of the tie. They won it after both singles. Yannick Noah greets all 4 players in what was a very hotly contested and well-spirited encounter.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So really impressive the 31-year-old Jeffrey Jaziak there on the left of your picture. Doing very, very well to partner Stefan Houdet with such effect. It was mercenary, wasn't it, throughout? So quite something. Done and dusted in the blink of an eye, that one. Just 48 minutes, all they needed. That was super efficient from the Frenchman. And really, the standout match was Cattanio's win over Nico Langman, 6-1, 4-6, 6-3 in an hour and a half. But I tell you what, it was a really good match. And an entertaining, enthralling encounter nonetheless. But France running out the victors 3-0. They'll all head back to the hotel, have a good meal, and hopefully rest well and go at it again tomorrow. So that's it pretty much for day 2, and still another 4 days of engrossing action to come. Do join myself, Paul Hand, for tomorrow's continuing action from 10 a.m. local Antalya time. We've got Spain, the 2nd seeds, who take on Morocco, the 11th seeds in men's group 2. That'll be on centre. And until then, enjoy your evening. Bye for now.
Watch me in the BNP Paribas World Team Cup.
Watch me on the BNP Paribas
World Team Cup.
Watch me in the BNP Paribas World Team Cup.
Sıfır 15. Love 15. Otuz 30 all. On 15 40. On 15 40. 15 40. 30 40. 30 40. Avantaj Thailand. At 15-15. 15-0. At 30-15. 30. Wait. Oyun ve ikinci set Tayland 6-1, 6 games to 1. Setler 1-1, one set all. Avantaj pas. At 10 pas. Dünya setinde 5-4 ileride Morocco. It's 5 games to 4 final set. On 15-30, 15-30. Oyun, set ve maç. Pas. Setlerde 2-1, 2 sets to 1, 6-3, 1-6, 7.
Out 0-30. Low 30. Otuz 15. 30-15. 40-0. 40 love. berabere düz. Sıfır 30, love 30. Out. 0-30. Love 30. Game. Set and match. Thailand. 2-0 setlerle Lucas Love 6-4, 6-1.
Come on.
Oyun Thailand. Thailand 5-0 önde. Berabere diyoruz. Oyun ve birinci set Tayland. Sıfır 15. Oyun pas. Tayland. On 15-40. 15. Oyun, set ve maç Tayland. 2-0'lık setlerle by 2 sets to love.
Sıfır 40. Love 40. 15-0. 15 up. Cook. 15-40. Out 45. 40-15. Out, so Antalya. 2-2, 2 against all. Good. 15-40. One Mr. 15 up. Fransa. Fransa. 2-2. 2 against. Out, Avusturya. 3-2'lerde Avusturya leads by 3 games. Close. 40-30. 6-1, 4-6, 6-3. 4-6, 6-3. Triple 40-30. Oyun Fransa 5-1'lerde leads by 5 games, 2-1. Cook, 15-40. Cook, 40-30. Fransa. 3-0 ileride. Leads by 3 games to 1. 3 games to Good 30 for the 30. Oyun set maç Fransa 2-0'lık setlerle by 2 sets to love. 6-1, 6-0, 6-1, 6 love.